Okay, let's get started. Welcome everyone to the monthly meeting of the Knoxville, Knox County Planning Commission. I'm Tim Hill, Chair of the Planning Commission, and I'll be conducting today's meeting. Assisting me today is the Executive Director of the Knoxville, Knox County Planning, Amy Brooks, and the Planning Commission Attorney, Tasha Blakeney. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I'll now ask Mr. DeArmond to call the roll.
Commissioner Huber?
Here.
Commissioner Browning?
Here.
Commissioner Levinson?
Here.
Commissioner Boyer?
Here.
Commissioner Barger?
Here.
Commissioner Overton? Commissioner Perez has informed us she will not be here. Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Higgins?
Here.
Commissioner Biggs?
Here.
Commissioner Daly?
Here.
Commissioner Gill? Gill
Here.
with a G. Commissioner Midas?
Here.
Commissioner Adams?
Here.
Commissioner Hill.
Here.
That's 14 present, sir.
Thank you. Participating today are planning commissioners as well as planning staff and various representatives of city and county agencies. The planning commissioners are citizens from the city and county who have been appointed by either the city mayor or county mayor. We receive no salary and volunteer our time as a service to our community. Now a word about how discussion will take place. After each item is called, I'll read the staff's recommendation. On certain items, I'll call on staff to comment. At this time, the applicant may address the commission or defer his or her opening remarks and allow any opposition to speak first. The applicant and those in support of the applicant will be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. I will then ask for other comments from the floor. The opposition will also be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. If either side wishes to have an opportunity for rebuttal, you'll need to reserve time from your allotted 5 minutes. Applicants and citizens who register to participate and are attending the meeting in person will be asked to come to the podium and share their name and address for the record where their item is heard. Those who have registered to speak online do not need to sign in at the podium. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item and have not registered to do so in advance, please raise your hand when the item is read into the record. I will then indicate it's time for you to speak, and you can approach the podium at that time. You'll be asked to sign in at the podium as well as state your name and address for the record. If the Planning Commission decision on that item is appealed and we need to notify you, we cannot do so without your name and address. The Planning Commission may grant additional time for presentation of information. Speakers should limit their remarks to the facts of the case and should avoid repeating comments that have been previously presented to the Planning Commission. Because of the number of items we have before us, groups in favor or opposed to an item have been asked to appoint a spokesperson to represent them. If you have any items that you would like to make part of the record, please submit those documents to knoxplanning.org/share. Please identify the file number and meeting date in your submittal. I hope all of you have reviewed the agenda package from Planning's website. In addition to the agenda, there's information on the website related to how today's meeting will be conducted, as well as correspondence on individual cases. Many of the items we vote on require further action by City Council or County Commission. For matters that are forwarded to the City Council for final action, the applicant or their representative should be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered. For matters forwarded to County Commission for final action, particularly rezoning requests, the applicant or the representative must, and I repeat must, be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered or the case will, at minimum, be postponed. Applicants will be notified of the meeting date. If you have any questions regarding the meeting date or process, please contact planning staff. Today's meeting will be conducted in order of the agenda. Please stand as you are able as Vice Chair Huber leads us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father, bless this community to help ensure the decisions made this afternoon are fair, legal, and in the best interest of the total community. As always, keep us mindful of the needs of others, especially those who are in sorrow, need, sickness, or any other adversity. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to take just a couple of minutes to acknowledge and thank a couple of our previous planning commissioners. They're here today in attendance, and we have a proclamation on behalf of Planning, Knoxville, Knox County Planning, for their service. And I'll read each one and then ask each respective member to come up and receive this proclamation. Knoxville, Knox County Planning has a long history of thoughtful, considerate direction provided by its Volunteer Planning Commission, which was continued by the service of Commissioner Nathaniel Shelso. And whereas Nathaniel Shelso joined the Planning Commission in 2021, providing leadership to this group as a member of the Executive Committee and aiming to approach development more sustainably and with sensitivity to the people who live here. And whereas Commissioner Shelso is no stranger to volunteering his time to benefit our community, in addition to his appointment to the Planning Commission, he serves as treasurer of the Piney Grove Condominium Association, is a board member and treasurer of the East Tennessee Community Design Center, and is a board member of the East Tennessee Foundation and Two Bikes. And whereas he has become known as the only planning commissioner ever to wait anxiously for the preliminary agenda to be posted online so he can comb over every detail included in staff reports and public comments. And whereas Nathaniel has always brought to the Planning Commission a love of the line by line and the in between the lines writing in his own suggested ordinance revisions on more than one occasion. And whereas his knowledge of the code and its rationale, coupled with his genuine love of the process and wanting to get it right, will be greatly missed. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Knoxville Knox County Planning Commission and planning staff express their gratitude for Nathaniel Shelso's contributions to the community through good land use planning and dedicated public service. Nathaniel, congratulations, and we really appreciate your service. Let me save it. Let me go ahead and read it. Okay. All right. Eddie Smith has just completed his service on Planning Commission, and we have a proclamation for him on behalf of Planning. Knoxville Knox County Planning has a long history of thoughtful, considerate direction provided by its Volunteer Planning Commission, which was continued by the service of Commissioner Eddie Smith. And whereas Eddie Smith thoughtfully served on the Planning Commission for the past 4 years after joining in 2020, and whereas Commissioner Smith has a long history of public service, he spends his days as Director of Programs and Development for Child Help, is a former state representative for District 13 and House Transportation Committee member, and currently serves on the Southern Regional Education Board and State of Tennessee Charter School Commission. And whereas his professional work advocating for children made an impact on him as a planning commissioner, it was clear that his perspective was focused on preparing our community for the next generation's success. And whereas Eddie always listens to the comments and concerns of residents, though he never hesitates to speak his mind. And whereas We are appreciative for his contributions to our community and are confident that his future service will be informed by the countless hours spent deliberating land use cases with a focus on supporting responsible community growth. Now therefore be it resolved that the Knoxville, Knox County Planning Commission and planning staff express their gratitude for Eddie Smith's contributions to the community through good land use planning and dedicated public service. I don't know if Eddie is here. I don't think he is, but nonetheless, appreciate your service, Eddie, and sharing a hand of gratitude. Thank you. On to the matters at hand, we have postponements and withdrawals. Automatic postponements. Item 17, Damon Falconeer. Automatic withdrawals, Rand Partners, LLC. Under 30-day postponements, we have 11P, St. John's Cathedral. Item 15, Monterey Oaks subdivision. Item 16, Pleasant Village subdivision. Item 34, Michael Shaddle. Item 41, Horribit on Bob Gray Road. Item 42, the farm at Beaver Ridge. Are there any other requests for postponement?
What was the number for the automatic withdrawal?
The automatic withdrawal was number 8. Any other requests? Councilor Mullins?
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman Hill. On agenda item 11, on behalf of the applicant St. John's Cathedral, we would ask that it be taken off of the 30-day postponement and added to the withdrawal list.
Okay, so we have a request to take item 11 from the 30-day postponement to the automatic withdrawal list. Is that right? Was it
The withdrawal list.
the
yes, sir.
withdrawal list? The withdrawal list, okay, yeah. Chair will seek a motion.
Make a motion to take item 11 off of the postponed list, the 30-day postponed list, and add it to the withdrawal list.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from Vice Chair Huber. Who did we get a second from? I'm sorry. Adams. Okay, so we had a second from Commissioner Adams. Seeing no lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Motion on the postponement list.
Okay, Chair will entertain a motion on the on the postponement list?
On the 30-day postponement
Okay,
list.
Chair will entertain a motion on the 30-day postponement list.
Make a motion to approve the 30-day postponement list as read.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 60 days.
That's next.
On to the 60-day postponements. We have item 30, Benjamin C. Mullins. Any other requests to postpone an item? Chair will entertain a motion. I'm sorry?
Yes, I'm Steve Maddox, 100 Dalton Place Way, Knoxville. Item number 9, and we have a question whether or not to postpone, and that is based on that if, as we are working, our application is for a rezoning and a plan amendment to change the zoning to a industrial zoning for light industrial use. However, we feel like that the general commercial use would be a better zoning and would be better for the city and better for the neighborhood and all. However, that zoning at this time does not include the uses that would need to be, that would work on this property. My office is just down the street 2 blocks. I've been there over 20 years in my office. I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. This is a property at the corner of Inskip and Central Avenue. I'm representing a young man that owns that property, has done a fabulous job cleaning up the front side of his property, would like to do the same with this vacant lot and the old building that's on it, but the zoning is not working correctly. It's like there's a hole in the zoning that for this type of use. So I guess I would like to have advice on should we postpone and try to work with the Planning Commission to get the zoning or something corrected, or should we go ahead and go for the industrial zoning that we have applied for?
Director Brooks, I'll give that one to you.
Well, Mr. Maddox, I'm not sure that I can give you an answer that, I think maybe that's what you're looking for. You can postpone and allow additional discussion to be had between our office and the city, but the city staff need to be involved if there's going to be a use, maybe a new use potentially identified that would work. I don't have the answer for you right now of whether or not that would be developed. So really, it's ultimately up to you if you want to proceed with your request to rezone to an industrial zone, or if you want to postpone this to allow for that additional conversation to see if something could be worked out.
So I've got a quick comment.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
I mean, is it possible to go ahead and read it on number 9 and then have a little bit of discussion? Can he still postpone during that discussion?
He can, yeah, yes. It would have to be, there would have to be a proper motion and second and a vote
Okay.
by the commission, but he could make that request at that time.
Which we'd have to have right now anyway, right? So, I mean, I would just suggest maybe waiting until it's read and then we can have some discussion and then make, we can decide or as a body or where you're comfortable if we want to postpone it and the city get involved in with the uses. But I would say let it be read and you can still postpone at that point.
Thank you. That's what we'll do.
Thank you. Okay. All right, Chair will entertain a motion on 60-day postponements.
Motion to approve the 60-day postponements as read.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We have no 90-day postponements. Okay, so under withdrawals, we have a new item, 11, St. John's Cathedral, and item 23, John Gargis. Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the withdrawal list as read.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the withdrawal list as read by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. What's that? Oh, yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Under tablings, we have item 22, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion as read.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. On to the consent list. The consent list is composed of items marked with a C. These items are considered non-controversial and are voted on all at once in order to save time. Items are listed in the order they appear on the agenda. Please listen carefully. Once an item is approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. Item 2, approval of August 8, 2024 agenda. Item 3, approval of July 11, 2024 minutes. Item 6, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Item 14, DD Development Ventures Corporation. Item 18, Corey Boss. Item 20, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Item 21, final plat of Magnolia Estates subdivision, formerly known as Fretz Road Subdivision Unit 1 and Palmer Point subdivision. Item 24, Sarah Peacock. Item 27, Benjamin C. Mullins. Item 28, Peter Fezzik. Item 29, Maddox Construction Company. Item 31, Masana Investments, LLC. Item 33, George H. Brandon. Item 39, Oleg Shaban. Item 40, Logan Higgins. Item 45, Parker Strobel. Item 48, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Are there any requests to remove an item from the consent list?
Commissioner Hill, can you remove item 48?
All right, do we have a request, I'm sorry. Commissioner Adams has requested to remove item 48 before I ask for a vote. Do we have any recusals? We do have a recusal. Commissioner Higgins is recusing himself from the consent list vote. Chair will entertain a motion on the consent list with the exception or for removing item 48.
Move to approve consent list as read.
We have a motion from Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Daly. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. You okay with that? Oh, I'm sorry. The second was by Commissioner Barger. Second, to correct the record, Commissioner Barger. All right. First item on the agenda is item number 5. This is an appeal, case 8-A-24-OB is an appeal of the Design Review Board's approval of a proposed new construction building at 0 West Hill Avenue, filed by an attorney on behalf of an association of property owners on abutting property located at 608 West Hill Avenue, stating that the design violates multiple guidelines. Article 16.5.F states that appeals of Design Review Board decisions may be filed in accordance with Article 16.12 in accordance with Article 16.12.A.4.B. The Knoxville, Knox County Planning Commission must evaluate the application based upon the evidence presented at the meeting. The commission may affirm, modify, impose restrictions, or overrule the initial decision. We have two folks to speak. The applicant is Counselor Sanders. And we have opposition, Counselor Forrester. Would you like to proceed or defer?
I'll go ahead.
Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission. Daniel Sanders, 920 Volunteer Landing, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37915. I'm here today representing the Overlook Homeowners Association and many other concerned citizens who strongly oppose the parking garage and apartment building proposed by Hill and Locust Partners. The project does not achieve the vision established by the design guidelines, and with the project of this importance, Knoxville can do better. The Knoxville Downtown Design Guidelines were adopted in 2007 to establish and transform downtown Knoxville into a vibrant, walkable hub. The guidelines establish pedestrian engagement along frontage streets, aiming to create an outdoor room or atmosphere with active streets, sidewalks, parks, plazas, and building walls. Knoxville street fronts are invaluable assets that define our city's character, vibrancy, and economic vitality. They serve as interfaces for commerce, culture, and community. Allowing parking garages to dominate these frontages wastes their potential. And I've asked staff to pull up the renderings, and you can see clearly that the parking garage is the most imposing part of this design when you stand at Nealand or on Front Street. Street fronts should be pedestrian-friendly places, not monotonous and uninviting facades. Projects like Riga Square, for instance, Marble Alley have shown us the potential for such developments to drive commerce and community engagement. Yet, much remains to be done, particularly in reconnecting our city to the riverfront. This project site is a cornerstone for our city. It's located adjacent to the historic Henley Street Bridge and on the Tennessee River, where 32,000 vehicles pass daily. The current proposal for a parking garage on Front Street undermines Knoxville's design vision, risking the creation of a pedestrian desert and derailing our aspirations to reconnect downtown to the Tennessee River. This prominent interest to our city deserves a development that adheres strictly to the design guidelines, keeping Knoxville on a path to sustainable growth, architectural excellence, and enhanced community appeal. Now, we've referenced the design guidelines we believe being violated in a letter to the Planning Commission that's posted on the public comment sites. But look at the design guideline A and B. The parking garage should not be located on a street frontage. Garages should be under the building or lined with retail, office, or residential space to engage pedestrians and drive commerce. Look at guideline B2C. Parking garage obstructs the sight lines to the historic Henley Street Bridge, and I noticed in the agenda review, Commissioner Carson asked if there were guidelines that spoke to views. Well, there are guidelines that speak to views, and specifically they talk about maintaining views to historic structures, and Henley Street Bridge is identified as a historic structure. This obstructs the view to the bridge. Look at guidelines B1, A, B, C, D, and E. This building lacks a human or pedestrian scale along Front Street. The building presents a blank monolithic parking garage instead of a dynamic streetscape because it's not divided into modules until 60 feet above the street front. This is a parking garage. This is not a part of our city that will drive commerce, that will drive pedestrian engagement. This is not in accordance with the guidelines. Look at guideline B2E. The proposal does not incorporate a pedestrian-friendly plaza or any pedestrian amenities. Those are the general guidelines. Move on to the Boulevard District guidelines. Guideline A1A, the design lacks a lawn or landscape area separating the building from the sidewalk. And this is a very specific guideline that it violates. There is no separation between the building, lawn separating the sidewalk from the building. Guideline A1C, the architecture and landscape doesn't complement adjoining buildings. There are buildings like this in South Knoxville, but there are not buildings like this in downtown. A2A, there's no pedestrian entrance clearly oriented toward Front Street. Front Street is a street. There are other guidelines that are referenced in our letter. I would mention briefly that this presents a traffic issue that's not been addressed. The intersection between Front Street and Locust is an obvious problem. This design does not, and if you'll ask engineering, there are probably some improvements that will be needed for this intersection. This design does not leave space to accommodate those improvements. In closing, we urge the Planning Commission to hold this project to established standards. By doing so, we can ensure Knoxville's continued growth and revitalization, making our city a more vibrant and connected place for everyone. Let us strive for a development that truly reflects the vision set forth in the downtown design guidelines. Knoxville deserves a development that enhances its unique charm, promotes its long-term growth. We can do better than a garage on Front Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Forrester.
Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee. Here on behalf of the applicant before the Design Review Board, meaning that the developer of the project. So this property is zoned, has a DK zoning. The DK zoning has sub-districts that are under that zoning designation. This property is a little bit unique that it has a split zoning between the DKG and the DK B zoning sub-districts. So in the DK zoning ordinance, it's much like other ordinances. The DK zoning ordinance sets forth dimensional standards and design standards. These are required standards that have to be followed as they are under the actual ordinance itself. The DK zoning ordinance provides that new construction is subject to review and approval by the Design Review Board. The Design Review Board meets monthly, and they consider design plans for projects that are subject to the majority of the DK zoning subdistricts. The Design Review Board's role is to foster attractive and harmonious development in downtown Knoxville. The Design Review Board uses the downtown design guidelines to review such developments. Our zoning ordinance provides that the design guidelines are not intended to bring uniformity in design or approach or to require specific materials. They are to be applied in a flexible manner to meet the needs of development. They are not a rigid set of rules, such as the dimensional standards and design standards under the actual zoning ordinance. Rather, they are a set of principles to guide development. In fact, the DK zoning ordinance contemplates that there may be circumstances where the Design Review Board can in fact waive the application or requirement of the design guidelines depending on the site constraints or the design materials that are proposed. To provide a history of this project, this consideration by the Design Review Board has been a lengthy and very involved process and very detailed review process. Beginning November 16th, 2022, the development team met informally at a workshop before the DRB where they submitted proposed initial design plans to gain feedback from the board. The design team took the feedback and implemented those comments before officially submitting to be considered at the April 17th, 2024 meeting of the Design Review Board. Prior to that meeting, they did meet with the neighborhood to introduce the project. That included the residents of the Overlook Association as well. On the April 17th, the design plans were submitted to the DRB. The development team spoke in favor of the project, introducing the project and the different design elements. The Overlook Association spoke in opposition. There was lengthy discussion. Details on the project, different design elements, and recommendation of changes to different aspects of the total development for the project. That meeting was postponed, or consideration of it was postponed to the following meeting. The development team went back, redesigned, working on redesign of the projects. In fact, held another community meeting to gain feedback of ideas or design components that the residents of the Overlook would like to see, implemented those changes, and submitted for the May 15th Design Review Board meeting. That meeting, again, the revised plans were submitted. Development team spoke in favor of it and discussed the changes that were made in response to the prior meeting. Overlook Association spoke again in opposition. Lengthy discussion by the Design Review Board. There were several members on the Design Review Board that indicated that represented they appreciated the revisions, the changes. They liked the project and indicated support of the project. However, there were a few members that still were hesitant and had design suggestions and further revisions. At that meeting, it was postponed again to the June meeting. The development team went back, implemented the comments from the board members in redesigning the project, submitted the revised plans, and then appeared before the Design Review Board at the June 20th meeting. At that meeting, the planning staff introduced the project and all the revisions that have been made to the design plans. Planning staff identified the applicable design guidelines that were relevant to this project. Planning staff described how the project's design plan satisfied and aligned with the applicable design guidelines, and in fact recommended that DRB approve the design plans for the project and issue the certificate of appropriateness. This meeting, again, lengthy discussion, development team discussing the changes, the Overlook speaking in opposition. DRB discussed the project at length, and after this discussion, Motion was made to approve the project, the request for the COA, and the design plans were unanimously approved by the Design Review Board. Again, considering the history and involvement and the length of consideration, discussion, and redesign of these plans, we submit that we ask that you deny the appeal and support the unanimous decision of the Design Review Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. All right. I see Ms. Justice from the city is present today. Ms. Justice, would you like to add any comments?
RJ Justice, 400 Main. I am here representing the city administration. I'm the Chief of Urban Design and Development. I'm here to represent that the city administration supports the Design Review Board's unanimous decision to approve the certificate of appropriateness in this case. We have followed closely as the applicant has responded to the recommendations and feedback of the DRB board, the planning staff recommendations, and the input from the community. Based on that input, the design revisions have been made to address some of those concerns and feedback, and that focus specifically on scale, massing, materiality, and the pedestrian experience. All in all, we support this project and uphold the decision of the DRB.
Thank you. Counselor Sanders, if you would like, give you an extra minute.
I object. Ms. Justice represents the city, and she works for the mayor. The mayor appoints this body, so I object that there's an undue influence on this body, and so it shouldn't be regarded. And in fact, I think this taints this whole proceeding.
Thank you.
Yeah, why don't you just call me to talk about your standard of review? Why don't you just call me to talk about the standard of review?
Okay. Ms. Blakeney, would you weigh in on just our standard procedure for review?
I'll be happy to. Can everybody hear me? Okay, I'm still getting used to the new microphones. The historical information that was provided to you, of course, is for your benefit to have an idea of how the case got to where it is today, but it's important for you all to know as a body that this is a de novo review, so you're not bound by the decision that was made by the DRB. It doesn't come to you with a presumption that they got it right or that they got it wrong. This is your decision to make, so you need to make it based on your analysis, what you've seen of the record, and what occurs at this public hearing. So I just want to make sure that you all understand that that historical information is provided so that you understand the process and the case file and how it got to you. But this is your decision to make, and you make it anew. It's a de novo or a new review. Does anybody have any questions about that? Okay, thank you.
All right, Commission. Commissioner Overton.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. I think it would do this body some good to not pretend that this appeal is in any way about the design guidelines. This is very clearly to everybody that lives in the community, has watched the news, lives downtown. This is the Overlook condominiums, which sit, as it stands, right behind this property. And what these people are mad about is that this apartment complex is going to block their view. Because when they bought their property, they failed to realize that they didn't buy riverfront property, they bought Riverview property. And so now they want to throw a temper tantrum and act like nobody can build tall buildings downtown on property that they own. So what they've done is in April, they were mad about the height of the building. Now, in May, they brought up something else. In June, they brought up something else, and the developer has complied and, changed the design to meet the design standards, which it looks fine to me. And now they want to talk about how this is all a parking garage when you can very clearly see the storefront right there. They want to talk about how you can't see the Henley Street Bridge. I see it. If you look to the left, as we all know, it continues on down the river, and I don't see a parking garage blocking that view. So what this is a bad faith appeal by a group of entitled NIMBYs to try to stop a development that is desperately needed in this community, because they think that their view is more important than this developer's property rights to build this building. They think that their view is more important than the desperate need for rental units in this community. And there is nothing about this building that doesn't comply with any of the applicable zoning regulations, ordinance, or laws in this community, in this state, or anything. Let's be clear, the design review guidelines are guidelines. They are beautification suggestions. They are not standards, all right? And we don't have to go by them, but they've gone by them anyway. And now they want to say in bad faith that there's not a storefront, there's no pedestrian access. It's literally right there on the screen. And Mr. Sanders there made that objection because they're going to try to continue to delay this. They want to take it to city council, and I'm sure they'll try to clog up Chancery Court with their little temper tantrum about their view. It's ridiculous. And I really honestly think that the people in the Overlook need to thank God above that this is their biggest problem and that they've got the time and the resources to clog up every government system that they can with this crap. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to deny the appeal and approve the development because there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It complies with all the applicable design guidelines and all the applicable zoning ordinances.
Second. Okay, we have a motion to deny the appeal affirming the decision of the Design Review Board, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. We have still more discussion here, and we'll go to Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. First of all, I have a question for staff about something I noticed in the packet of this. It looks like Front Street is being shown as a one-way, and I'm curious if that is part of this development or if that's just a typo on the site plans that we're seeing. Because currently, I believe Front Street is a two-way street. Anybody, staff, or?
I'd like to ask Joshua Fraze from City Engineering to weigh in.
I'm not sure if it's currently designated as one or two-way, but given the width of it, we would either require it to be one-way or modified and widened if they wanted it to be two ways. Past developments have shown modifications to make it two ways, but this one, since it's not showing a much wider section, it's just going to be the one way.
And is that something that they have the ability to propose and you all will allow them to make that modification, or is that something that engineering would look at in plans review and determine if they're making a request, whether or not to allow Front Street to be one way?
I believe we'd look at that during plans review.
Okay, and this application showing that as a one-way has no bearing on whether or not it would be a one-way? Or would have no bearing on how you all would look at it in your review?
I don't believe so. I mean, them showing it as one way here, it would be they're not widening it, that's what we would prefer. But if they wanted to enter into discussions to widen that and do some other modifications, we'd allow that.
I just ask because I've driven Front Street a number of times, and I do think that having that as a two-way is a good access to avoid the congestion of Henley Street. But I wasn't sure if that would have any sway in the actual, it being in this packet, how that would affect the actual application of that. So just want to clarify that on the front end. I do have a design concern that I want to bring up and discuss because and the reason I know that DRB did discuss this in depth and did review this project multiple times. However, to the point that's already been brought up, a lot of that discussion was around things like the view of neighboring properties. And I think that having been to DRB a number of times and gone through those discussions, I know that oftentimes when there's not as many things, other variables distracting, the discussion of materials does come into play more. So I think that this is something that in another case might have had more conversation around it. My concern is with the fact that this is 18, or well, however many stories, and they're proposing stucco for the siding material. And my concern with that may not necessarily be, and I want to ask the applicant about this. See, just stucco can be a very resilient siding material. It can be in multiple climates, our own included. A lot of times, stucco, when applied, especially here, gets applied as EIFS, which is the stucco that is backed with insulation. On these drawings, they're calling for hard coat stucco, which is true stucco, and if so, is more resilient than EIFS. However, this also has a lot of penetrations with the decks, the balconies, going through that siding. So if, I do think that from a long-term standpoint, because of where this is, it's such a prominent building, such a prominent site. You see it, you won't be able to go over Henley Street without seeing it. My concern is that thinking about how the guidelines want to keep downtown beautiful and keep it in a good shape. I think that stucco is a questionable material in how it fits in. I also don't know of, the only other building that I know of this size, or two buildings really, that use stucco are the one I mentioned at Agenda Review in Fort Sanders, and then the Regal Squares headquarters across the river, which I was told that when they recently renovated that, they had to repair all that stucco and that large sections of the wall had come down. My concern is just that using stucco in something of this size is a maintenance, could be a maintenance nightmare if it's not done correctly. So I wanted to ask the applicant if there is consideration of a panel-based system, or if there's been conversations about stucco. You all plan to use the hard coat stucco? Have you considered the maintenance aspects of that? And so just kind of give you the floor for a minute to speak to that.
Since I'm not really qualified, I'm going to have our architect come up and
Perfect.
introduce himself and address it.
Good afternoon. Ben Hudgens with Brock Hudgens Architects. Address is 530 Mean Street, Northwest. That's Atlanta, Georgia, 30318. Good question about stucco, and certainly warranted. There were discussions with the DRB about the material use on the buildings along Hill Avenue. Wanted to concentrate brick along that facade. We think that's important, especially with the adjacent context. For the river side of the building, the stucco was considered for a couple of reasons. One is it is a big expanse. The issues that you mentioned with stucco are largely in a wood frame context. Using stucco on wood frame buildings, wood tends to move and settle over time, creates all kind of issues. In this case, we're concrete frame building, metal stud. We don't have that particular concern. We tend to prefer the use of stucco for high-rise condominium. This is not condominium, but for that product type, which is super important to keep waterproofing considerations in mind, we prefer stucco to other panelized products, including metal. We think that we can better control some of those details in the joinery that you mentioned. It is 3-coat hard coat stucco with the acrylic finish, so it is true stucco. It's not EIFS. The joints that they're presented in the stucco, we think help the scale of the project. You can see even in the rendered views where we're showing those score lines and joints, the control joints in the stucco. So good question, and we understand your concerns. In terms of the maintenance, again, the fact that we are concrete frame building, metal stud goes a long way. But of course, the building upkeep and maintenance is a top priority. I mean, our client has to have the building be presentable in order to be successful.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
Absolutely, yeah. And really, I think that the structure aspect is one thing that I didn't see covered. Well, I could see that there was concrete, but that is a big factor in that, whether it's, on wood or not. And so that's why I was wanted to ask about it. And I want to put it on the record that both DRB and this approval includes this showing hard coat stucco. And so if we get to CDs and start, value engineering for budget, and EFS gets, stucco gets subbed for EFS, then I think that even though visually that may be the same, that is a long-term visually could be a very different scenario, and I think should trigger a revisit to DRB. So with that, I do have one other thing I want to talk about, and it is the storefront on the bottom, the thing the opposition was discussing. I did notice on the plans that the storefront is just on this corner, and it appears to be building amenities. Is that correct? It's not a publicly facing use?
Yep, great question. So let's give a little bit of the history here. So originally, the first DRB presentation, there was a lot of conversation about the engagement along front, which currently is not great from a pedestrian environment. So
basically a dirt road at this point.
Exactly. So including the sidewalk and the landscape there was always part of the plan. But the feedback from the DRB was it wasn't enough to help activate that. The reality is trying to put commercial space, retail storefronts along front right now is tough, right? That's a tough sell. So what we did agree to do was push the entire garage down so that it actually comes all the way down to Front Avenue. We've got type 1 construction. We increased the height of that vertical clearance at that first floor, which allows us to come back when more retail viable and introduce retail storefronts along the entire frontage of Front Avenue. In the meantime, again, feedback from the DRB said, well, that's great, but we want something there now. And so we agreed that, particularly at this intersection of Locust and Front, to go ahead and introduce storefront, introduce an interior program there. We've got artist workshop, bike storage, bike workshop, pet spa, those sorts of things that front that street to provide some amount of activation until the time in the future that retail is viable here. So again, it's set up concrete, type 1 construction to accommodate retail as soon as it's viable.
And there's on the parking garage, what is the material, the vertical?
So aluminum thin screening. So pre-finished aluminum, no maintenance issues. Again, we studied different ways to approach the garage screen, even had a neighborhood workshop about different ideas, whether it's vegetation or screening materials or expressing the structure. We studied a lot of options and ended up here after getting feedback from the DRB in the neighborhood.
Thanks. Thank you.
Sure.
I share a dream with many other people, not only in this room, but in Knoxville, that the riverfront on this side of the river be very accessible, and that, we don't have to go over basically a highway to get to the river. And I hope that one day that is the case, but currently, the opposition is trying to make a point of the pedestrian aspect of this. I think that the best they can do here is create that inviting entry corner and put a sidewalk so that residents, on a walk can get around the building, can go down front, but I don't see a draw beyond walking down front. I don't know what just happened, but because you can't get over Neyland Drive from right here, and without playing Frogger, and there's nothing that, even if they put stores down here, those would just be empty storefronts, which, a parking garage is is going to feel safer than an empty storefront down here and look better, actually, and especially with the treatments that they've done. So I agree with the motion. There are concerns. I do like the concerns that have been brought up. What I mean by that is just I understand them, but I don't think that they're appropriate in this case. I hate it for the people who feel negatively impacted by this. I really do. I've stared at it 100 times trying to imagine a way to avoid some of those concerns, but I don't think that there's an appropriate solution there. So I agree with the motion. Thanks.
All right. So did the architects there rest your concerns? Okay. All right. So let's go to Commissioner Adams. I'm sorry, okay. Let's go to Commissioner Midas.
I just have, first of all, I want to say I commend everyone involved in this process. It sounds like there was a lot of engagement between DRB and the people in that area, the residents in that area. We don't usually see that. I really appreciate the going back and forth. I look at the design, I think it's been improved from the interaction, and I appreciate that. I understand Commissioner Overton's frustration, and I'm sorry you feel that way. I know, as a commission, this is the process that we have. The appeal process is appropriate. I know that the Overton Group spent $500 to come for us, and I appreciate you, voicing your concerns and taking it, making the appropriate statements and addressing this before our body. The one thing I wanted to ask, and maybe the architect will need to address this, is you made a comment when you were discussing the stucco that you had pushed the garage forward to Nayland in order to accommodate that storefront. And I don't know how true to scale these renderings are, but I was a little concerned when I saw that the Henley Street Bridge, the pier, that pier that's closest to Henley Street was going to be obstructed in this last rendering. Is that true, or is this rendering, was this just an oversight, or is this the way it's going to look? If you can look at this June 20th, it looked like it was that final pier that goes into Henley Street Bridge is obstructed by this design. And, I love that bridge. And I do know that part of the Design Review Board's discretion is to discuss streetscape. And I do feel like maybe by pushing it forward, and maybe you can correct me, that is obstructing some of the uniqueness of the bridge.
Sure. So when I mentioned moving the garage to activate front, we actually pushed it down an entire floor because it had previously sat up with a more opaque wall at grade. Okay. So we pushed it down. We didn't push it closer to the river or closer to Neyland. The reality is the bridge and front and hill are not perpendicular. So the angle of the bridge, it's going to change the perception of what you see, right? So they are not at a right angle. Where this view is taken, and this was actually photographed, our renderer had somebody actually go and take the photography at the location to get the building placed correctly. The reality is you don't really get this perspective driving because Locust is so steep. By the time you get to Neyland, you're past the building anyway. So this is the correct placement of the building relative to the bridge and to that last pier.
Did that change from like May 15th to June 20th?
So we, through these concept renderings and some of the early design, there were different angles that were shown. There was a concern raised that maybe it wasn't being represented correctly. That's when we went back, verified the survey, field verified the actual location of the piers, had somebody go back and a professional photographer photograph this for the backplate of the rendering, had the professional renderer re-render the building in this correct placement. So that may be where the confusion is coming from.
Okay, so if I was to be driving down Nayland, I would have a better view of those piers than if taken looking from this spot where you took the photo?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, Commissioner Biggs.
Yeah, I just quickly wanted to kind of, I guess, refresh my memory. I mean, for this building to be zoned DKB, that's similar to kind of earlier cases we've seen both on State Street and then on Henley Street. And those properties, we decided didn't require kind of street-facing retail. So I think it's kind of above and beyond for street-facing retail to be down here on Front Street, which we, or the potential for future retail, I should say, to be on Front Street, which, as we've said, is kind of a glorified dirt road at this point. And so I think if we think that State Street and Henley Street aren't in current conditions to support kind of full retail, that we'd be hard pressed to make the argument that Front Street, you know, can support it at this point too. So I would just, yeah, commend the forward-looking kind of vision of this development to accommodate that in the future. And then I was just looking quickly on kind of Google Maps that if you drop yourself down on Front Street, kind of the remainder of the bridge that is covered at this point, they're not even the open piers at this point, but it's kind of the facade of the bridge. So yeah, from my perspective, that's the less attractive part of the bridge. It's kind of a flat wall as opposed to kind of see-through piers. So I suggest that the best part of the bridge is still visible.
Thank you, Commissioner Biggs. Okay, so the motion on the floor, am I overlooking any lights? Okay, motion on the floor is to deny the appeal affirming the decision of the Design Review Board. So a vote in yes is to deny the appeal. Sometimes this gets confusing. We'll make sure everybody's clear. We all clear? Because we're going to vote. All right. All in favor of the motion on the floor to deny the appeal, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. On to item number 7, subdivision final plat of Taylor Fugit property and access corridor. Applicant developer Jennifer Robertson, east of Andes Road, south of Wimpole Avenue. Approximate acreage is 39,204 square feet, one lot. Staff recommendation, or the zonings are in one and hillside protection overlay. No variances are required. The staff recommendation is to approve the final plat for one lot and an alternate access standard in the RN1 zone. Is the applicant present?
Jennifer couldn't make it. Chris Lane here on her behalf. 805 Claybrook Court, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37923.
Let me stop right there for just a minute, please. Do we have any opposition? Okay. Go ahead.
With there not being any opposition, I'll just kind of sum this up real quick. When this was subdivided, someone left this piece of property that is not part of Taylor Fugit's property as the intended access to it. It's approximately, I think, 50 feet long, 15 feet wide, which at that time met the standards. Ms. Fugit's purchased this property. It got past mortgage underwriters and title companies that the plat had never been recorded and that the requirements had changed to a 25-foot access. We're only going to use about 10 feet of it anyway for the driveway. It's just for the single house. So we would ask that you would approve this variance so that the Fugit family can move to our wonderful city. And I'll yield back my time, reserve it. I'm sorry for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Commission? Chair will entertain a motion. Oh, Commissioner Higgins.
Motion to approve for staff's recommendation.
We have a motion to approve for staff recommendation by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item number 9, applicant Maddox Construction Company, Inc., location southeast side of East End Skip Drive, northeast of Central Avenue Pike. Size of tract 1 acre. Present plan and zoning designation, neighborhood commercial, general commercial, and neighborhood commercial. Proposed plan designation is light industrial. Existing land use is commercial. This will require 3 motions. First staff recommendation is to deny the light industrial land use classification because it is incompatible with surrounding development and changing conditions in the area. Second motion, deny the light industrial land use classification because it is incompatible with surrounding development and changing conditions in the area. That's concerning the one-year plan. And then on the rezoning, motion 3, recommendation, deny the industrial mixed-use district because it is incompatible with surrounding development and changing conditions in the area. Is the applicant present?
I'm present as representative for the owners. I'm Steve Maddox, Maddox Construction, and my office is at 100 Dalton Place Way, Knoxville, Tennessee, about a block and a half south of this property. So I'm very familiar with this market.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox. Do we have any opposition? Did we have someone sign up? No opposition?
He's the one who wanted to consider postponing, is he not?
I'm not hearing from anybody, so
No, but remember, because he, didn't he, isn't he the one who voted at the
bear with us 1 minute here.
that he wanted to consider?
Okay, all right. Mr. Maddox, you may proceed.
All right, thank you. We're asking for this to be rezoned into the light commercial with the sector plan amendment and the one-year plan amendment because the uses that are going to go onto this property are going to be a commercial use, but they're not something, the commercial code now says for neighborhood commercial, this is things like hair salons, beauty shops, ice cream parlors, and those kinds of things. I'm very familiar with this market, and that's not the types of uses that are going to go in on this property. They're just not going to work there. The young man that owns this property also owns the one in front there where he bought an old gas station and totally redid it, beautified it, made it very nice for the community. But inside there is a driveline shop where he rebuilds drive shafts for trucks and cars and all kinds of things. For this property that we're trying to rezone, this is going to be things like air conditioning companies, plumbers, electricians, painters, carpet cleaning companies, and things like that. The neighborhood commercial doesn't allow for that. I've met with the staff, I've met with the city, I've met with the city councilman in this area and all, and the city councilman, everybody agrees that the types of uses that we're talking about is what's going to be, that's going to work there. That a beauty salon is not going to work there and it's not going to go in. What I'm afraid of is this young man is going to go in there and spend $1.5 million, $2 million building a nice new building. He wants to build something that's going to have a very nice facade on it. He wants to screen it, no outside storage yards, parking, truck parking, those kinds of things. He doesn't even want that. And he wants to actually beautify the area. That's the lot right there. And if you look at his driveline shop there in front, you'll see what a nice job he did with an old gas station that's from down there. But so in talking with everybody we've talked to 20 people from staff, city codes, and the planning, and the councilman and everybody. The types of uses that are going to go in here that don't fit in a neighborhood commercial, and they're telling us, well, the only way that you can put that in there is to go with this light industrial. Well, you know, light industrial doesn't sound exactly right to us because this is not manufacturing. They're not going to be creating smoke and dust and all those kinds of things. They're going to be more like where a plumber, you know, operates his business out of. And he'll have 1 or 2 trucks that he uses for his business, but it's not going to be like a fleet, and it's not going to be, they're not going to be stacking stuff outside and piling it up. So I am confused at what we really need to do. I've been doing this for 40 years, and I've never seen it in a situation where the zoning, you can't get the zoning to match what the use is. But with this new zoning, there's holes in it where it doesn't accommodate for certain types of businesses within the zoning. And that's kind of the quandary that we're in. And we'd just like to solve this. And as I mentioned, I would be okay with postponing and getting the zoning fixed in whatever way that needs to be done so that the uses could be in a commercial zoning as opposed to an industrial zoning, if that can be done, if the staff will work and help to accommodate that. But otherwise, we need a light industrial, or this young man's going to go in there and he's going to build $1.5 million building. It's going to sit there empty and he'll go bankrupt. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox. And we have no opposition, so we'll toss it to commission here for Vice Chair Huber.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. I think this is more of a procedural question for Ms. Brooks. Because I went through and looked at the use matrix in the city, especially for CG, the general commercial district. And I mean, what you're describing to me is more office warehouse type. You'll have maybe a few hundred feet of an office somebody can walk in, but maybe you're storing an air conditioner unit in the back, inside, something like that. If in the county, I think that's even allowed in OB, I believe. It's not a noxious use. But that said, looking at the use matrix, there's nothing even close to that description that would fall under it, just like what you were saying in the general commercial. Is there an opportunity for a similar use determination, or would this be a situation where something else is just added to the use matrix?
Commissioner Huber, we, in the city, there is no similar use determination process as part of the code, so that's not something that we could consider. The city did determine where this use falls. They are the zoning, they have that function of administering the code. There is the potential that a new use that wasn't previously identified could be identified and added to that use matrix. I'm not sure at this point in the process of whether or not that use could be identified. We'd have to have more discussion with the applicant as well as with the city.
What would be a reasonable time frame for that contemplation?
Well, in terms of if there was to be a use that could be identified, I think that would take at least, a month of conversations with the city. The city would have to, it's a city's decision ultimately, plans review and inspection. And then it would have to go through the process of adding that use to the use matrix. This body would review it and vote on it, and then city council would have the final decision. So I would say about 3 months or so.
And so I'm sorry, I didn't hear what would be
So a rough
frame?
timeline is 90-ish days by the time it goes through all of the planning to council, and prior to that, the inner workings of building codes and planning department.
And see, we talked with Knoxville City Codes, several people with Knoxville City Codes, and they agree that the type of use that we're talking about, it would be more compatible in that area. But they say, well, we're following the code, and the code says you have to go light industrial. And that's kind of where we are. So I'm just trying to solve the problem here, and like I say, kind of at a quandary on how to do it.
Yeah, and I think you've identified a potential concern that they're willing to consider and contemplate.
I just want to be clear, though, we have not identified another path forward to add that use yet. That's not something that has been discussed in depth. The city did determine, as Mr. Maddox said, that industrial general is the use that would best fit with how they have described this particular use, this contractor's office. That's where it would best fit as of right now. I just want to be very clear about that. It's still a potential that we wouldn't be able to land on a use within the next 90 days if we were to pursue that. So I don't want to overpromise something that we can't deliver on.
So I think the challenge, Mr. Maddox, that they're constrained, or maybe even we're constrained, is, the criteria used to change a plan amendment and the rezoning. And so that's where everybody's kind of stuck right now. So you have the opportunity to allow this body to vote on the light industrial, or request a postponement. And if you're going to request a postponement, I would ask staff what recommendation, how long of a postponement would you recommend if that's what he was seeking? Would you go 30 and just keep requesting a 30 if need be.
Yes, I would recommend, I'm not sure it's not working.
You want to use mine?
Too many on. I guess initially I would recommend 30 days with the potential that it could be postponed. I don't want to speak on behalf of my city colleagues and what their workload looks like. We'd have to arrange those meetings and have those conversations, but I think a minimum of 30 days.
I believe with the lack of, what the right term here, with the lack of having a determination made and whether or not it would be made, I think what we would like to do is go ahead and move forward with the request for the light industrial. And if the commission felt like it was good to limit this in some way as to say, for example, okay, we'll grant it, but you can't have outdoor storage or something like that, we would be good with that because, as I mentioned, that's not the intent of this property at all.
That's part of our challenge. We can't condition it. If we could, it'd probably be a potentially good solution, but we don't have the ability to condition it.
Okay, I understand. So I'll ask for the light industrial, please.
All right, let's toss it to commission. Let's see, we got lots of lights now. So Commissioner Midas.
Mr. Maddox, I was just going to say, when we're making these determinations, we're not looking at your use because, you might sell the property or something else, another owner might take ownership of that and it would be a much more intensive use. It could be a much more intensive use surrounded by a neighborhood. And so when I'm having to review this, I'm going to vote for a denial because I don't see this piece of property being appropriate for a lot of the uses that are in this light industrial. So.
Well, I would just like to point out that the property we're talking about is small here. The building that we're talking about would be like 6,000 square feet. So there's not much heavy industrial or anything like that that could take place in that size building. It's more, as mentioned earlier, this is like office warehouse type stuff, office showroom. Could be like a carpet sales company, and they might have office with showroom space or tile, say ceramic tile shop, those kinds of things, which are not allowed in this neighborhood commercial zoning.
I understand, but again, if the business sells, it's leaving that property open to much more intensive development past the current ownership. And it could create a lot more traffic, noise, regardless of what the building looks like. That would be not good for the neighborhood.
Now, and if it's denied, the property's going to sit there empty and vacant and look like it does, which would be worse, in my opinion. Thank you.
Well,
Ms. Hillman, I'm sorry, go ahead, finish, Commissioner Midas. Ms. Hillman, could you just, if you don't mind, just list out some of the potential uses in light industrial? I think we're trying to paint a picture here of what potentially could happen, and I think you could better communicate it with some of the potential uses.
Sure. So light industrial is the land use classification, and it permits industrial mixed use, regional industrial, and general industrial zoning.
Okay, so in some of the uses of general industrial and the others, could you give us maybe some of the more intensive uses?
Sure. So with their specific rezoning request, which is IMU, let's see. Many of the permitted uses are much lighter, such as, an art gallery, art fitness studio, community center, daycare home, or daycare center. However, it does permit general industrial, which is defined as, and when I say general industrial, I mean that as a defined use, which is really more of that manufacturing, the potential for trucking traffic, and maybe some noxious impacts, although it is defined as being in an enclosed area, though there may be some outdoor storage. But yes, with the light industrial land use classification, more intensive zoning could be considered in the future. Does that
Do
answer
you
your
mind if I
question?
respond to that real quick? My name is Dalton Maddox with Maddox Companies, 100 Dalton Place Way as well. And absolutely, please correct me on this. But in our discussions with the zoning and covering these ordinances, it was covered that under industrial mixed use, no manufacturing could actually be completed, that the heaviest use for it was assembly when looking through the specific language. Now, again, if I misunderstand that, please correct me, but I feel like that's probably important to address is that, to my understanding, manufacturing is not possible under this zoning. I think the purpose of neighborhood commercial is to get, local businesses in that serve the area, serve the community. And in the end, this use would be doing that same thing. We're talking about, under neighborhood commercial, it would allow that. And under what we're seeking for industrial mixed use, local businesses are still the target here. That would still be the use. It would still be serving the community through that area and bringing in additional opportunity for jobs and growth in the area. So I just wanted to address that. Thank you.
I will
Yeah, go,
clarify.
Ms. Hillman?
So industrial general as a use is permitted by right in the industrial mixed use district, which is defined as research and development activities and the manufacturing, compounding, processing, packaging, storage, assembly, and/or treatment of finished or semi-finished products from previously prepared materials where such activities are conducted wholly within an enclosed building. A general industrial use may also include a showroom, accessory sales of products related to the items manufactured or stored on site, and/or outdoor storage for materials related to processes on site.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams?
Thanks. My thinking is along the same lines as Commissioner Midas, just being concerned about what happens when you make a rezoning that's definitely making it a more intensive usage. And, if you were not the person standing before us today, but somehow the property changed hands, that zone stays there. It's done. And I'm looking at the map right now, and it's saying neighborhood commercial. And so I'm thinking this is the vision that area of town has had for itself. And I really appreciate what you're saying. You know that area, you know what's going to work well there, and you can see the vision for this new idea that the person is trying to execute. But it doesn't fit neighborhood commercial as it's defined now. And light industrial is not what that area is supposed to be. So I understand your quandary here, but everyone here is trying to make sure that they're making good decisions about the land use, not your specific use. And I can't support changing the staff recommendation because of the issue here. I would support a postponement just to see if there's anything else that could be worked out. But as it stands right now, I couldn't support the light industrial for that area.
Thank you. Commissioner Biggs?
I think similarly, I probably am struggling with the light industrial a little bit, given potential for future more intensive uses. I do wish that kind of neighborhood commercial, as it was written, did accommodate more kind of typical services like a plumber. A neighborhood plumber seems like an appropriate use for that space. I guess I also wanted to, I'm admittedly not intimately familiar with this area, but just in looking at Google Maps, it looks like there are kind of hair salons, barber shop, taco shop across the street from this property. So I guess I would maybe question whether, CN is an inappropriate zone for this area. I do think it's probably appropriate based on what's kind of in existence there in terms of other commercial neighbors at this place. But yeah, it would also probably support a postponement to see if there's any options for seeing this use exist in CN.
Commissioner Higgins?
So I noticed that the sector plan on this shows GC. So I wanted to ask staff, would CG, especially because there's CG adjacent zoning, would CG be appropriate here? I know without doing a full analysis, do you think that that's something that could be appropriate? And while staff is looking at that, the reason I ask is, we've seen similar problems like this where the use matrix, both in the city and county, does not cover all uses that that happen on a property. And we've seen it multiple times before where we've had to redo or reinterpret possible uses. And, I think that the applicant is not, we all know, not trying to put a factory here. It's not their desire to, doesn't seem to be their desire to put turn it into a truly industrial site. It is one of those situations where trying to find a title for the use has led to, seems broad enough to put it in this category, and this category is allowed under this zone. And I think that from some of the things you've described, it seems like there could be other ways of looking at those under the use matrix, maybe as industrial craft or retail. You mentioned a showroom, maybe, let's see, office. There's a few other uses that are permitted under CG1 or CG in general, that I think that the individual uses you've discussed could fall under. And if staff, looking at this, got the GC sector plan. I know that the 1-year plan, I think the 1-year plan is MDRO, which is permitted as a maybe land use allowed under GC. But when I look at uses or zones recommended for GC, I see office, OP, CG, CH, and CR. So with the current designation, I don't even see NC, the current zoning. So I really wonder if, and this probably happens in a postponement, if CG is the solution here. So I know I asked a question and they kept talking. What are your thoughts on?
Commissioner Akers, I think that would, the question that you asked is something that if there was a postponement, we would be able to explore more in depth and provide some additional context and a recommendation.
And so to the applicant, I know that you said you'd want to proceed with the industrial. I think if you approve or deny here, you're going to get, go to the next step and have the same conversation. And that in the end, if it leads to a denial, you're going to have to, to use it, you're just going to be requesting a different zone. So I think a postponement to discuss those options and maybe better define what those potential uses would be might actually save a lot of time and money in the long run. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Commissioner Browning.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. I don't know how many people have actually spent much time over there off Central and Inskip. It just feels industrial to me. There's other industrial stuff around it. This is not like some kind of bustling, retail commercial area. Two other things I think we ought to consider a little bit is, Mr. Maddox has developed a lot of property right down the street from this property. And it's a pretty high-end kind of office, development. I don't think he's going to be pushing for something that he thinks is going to devalue his property. I also don't see any opposition, here today. We say there's neighborhoods all around it and all this stuff. Normally people would be down here with pitchforks, if it was going to be a big problem. So I don't know, given the circumstances, I could certainly see this, being rezoned from neighborhood commercial to light industrial. And so I think it's probably worth just putting it out there and seeing what happens. And I'd like to make a motion to amend the North City Sector Plan from neighborhood commercial, general commercial to light industrial.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion from Commissioner Browning and seconded by Commissioner Anderson on the plan amendment, going from neighborhood commercial to light industrial. We have more lights on. Did I say that right?
If I may, I'd like to add one point that was just made. It was a very good point. We have met with the community group there, the Inskip Neighborhood Association, and they're fine with the plans that we have. They like it. I mean, this thing's going to have brick front on it and everything. So that was a good point. I failed to mention that.
I have great respect for Commissioner Browning's comments and all the others, and I think we're all wanting to get to the same place. However, I think some are just a little cautious as to how we do it, because we have specific criteria on plan amendments, and we have to cite those reasons. And right now, I'm coming up with a challenging reason to change the plan amendment. I really believe if we had 30 days, I know there's a motion here, and we'll talk about that here in just a second. I really believe if we had 30 days to work this out, that there's a good chance it'd be worked out in the best form possible.
Is that so? Should I then postpone right now at this point?
Well, I don't know what we should do right now. I'm going to talk to Commissioner Browning.
I don't know if you want to,
I really believe this body wants to accommodate what you're trying to do, but we want to do it in the right manner. And I think I see a lot of heads nodded here. And if you just give us 30 days, and if I can talk Commissioner Browning into giving us 30 days and Commissioner Anderson, I'd like to think we'll end up in a good
I'm
place.
in agreement with that. I believe that would be good. I just would want to be able to work with the staff and try to get this solved.
Let me ask Commissioner Brown if he'd be willing to work to change his mind for 30 days.
I mean, I think if everybody's in agreement, especially the applicant, then I would rescind my motion.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioner Anderson, you go with that? Okay. We still had Vice Chair Huber. You want to speak?
Yeah, just in general, I mean, it looks like we're moving towards a postpone, which I do think is the best thing. But just in general, as I look at it, I do understand where staff is struggling because of the plan, what it shows right now. But to me, from a reality of it, I mean, there, as Commissioner Browning mentioned, it is very industrial feel out there. I mean, it's literally 170 feet away from another general industrial zone. I mean, literally across the street almost, and it's down the street from industrial mixed use. There's even more industrial type properties further off of Central towards the more of the residential side versus being up on the corner like this. I'm familiar with the area too. We're building 100 apartments right down the street. But it is a very industrial area. I like the idea of having good paying jobs in that area with a good quality built building. So I think everybody here is in support of what you're wanting to do, but I do agree with Commissioner Chairman Hill that we all want it to happen. Let's just do it the right way in 30 days.
So with that, I guess we need a motion to postpone. Commissioner Browning, you look like the right one.
Motion to postpone.
All right, we have a motion to postpone by Commissioner Browning and seconded by,
I'll second, if he's not going to.
I'm not putting him on the spot, Commissioner Adams, for a 30-day postponement. So do we have any other any comments that anyone would like to share before we vote? If not, all in favor to postpone for 30 days, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 10. Applicant is Coquila Estates LLC, location north side of Essery Drive, west side of Jacksboro Pike, 1.34 acres. Present plan and zoning designation is LDR RN1. Proposed plan designation is MDR, medium density residential. Existing land use is office, single family residential. Staff recommendation, this will require 3 motions. First recommendation regarding the sector plan is to deny the medium-density residential land use classification because it does not meet the criteria for a sector plan amendment. Motion number 2, related to the one-year plan, is deny the medium-density residential land use classification because it does not meet the criteria for a one-year plan amendment. Motion 3, staff recommendation, related to the rezoning, is approve the RN2 district because it is consistent with the existing low-density residential land use classification. Is the applicant present?
I am. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
And do we have opposition? Any opposition?
Yes.
We do have opposition. Would you like to proceed or defer?
I'll proceed. This is one where the application originally was to ask for the medium-density residential sector plan and one-year plan amendment, and then to have the property rezoned to RN4 with the intent that that zoning would allow there to be some small-scale multifamily residential on that property. As part of the process, I postponed this from last month because Ms. Malone with Fountain City Town Hall reached out to me and asked if we could have a neighborhood meeting about this. And I postponed this. We did have a good conversation about what my client wanted to do on the property and about the zoning and the sector plans and whether that was what we were asking for would be appropriate at this location. If you don't know Ms. Malone, Fountain City Town Hall, they're very well informed as to the zoning ordinance and the ins and outs of it. So it was a nice conversation that we had. Planning staff came back and made their recommendation to deny the plan amendments, but to approve a rezoning not from RN4, which we originally requested, but to RN2, which would be compliant with the existing LDR sector plan and one-year plan amendment. After discussing that with my client, we are in agreement with staff's recommendation. I guess procedurally, we can vote down the plan amendments or I can withdraw them either way. I think we get to the same place one way or the other. But the zoning request for the RN2 is what we would like to proceed with today.
Okay. Councilor Blakeney, you want to advise us here? Can we simply withdraw those two, the first 2 motions and just address the rezoning?
As far as, my view is that, unless Amy disagrees, my view is that you'd be able to do that.
Okay, all right, that's what we'll do then. We'll accept the withdrawal. Do we need that in a motion or no?
I think I would do that.
Okay,
yes.
okay. So Chair will entertain a motion to withdraw the motion number 1. Let me get back to it here. Related to the sector plan. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we get to this, let's let the opposition speak.
My name is Anita Reyes, and I live at 3219 Essery Drive. We were just going to say, as homeowners there, that we definitely agree with the staff recommendation to deny both the low density to medium density. Obviously, we would like for them to remain the same. Low density RN1. RN2 would still, we feel, would preserve the nature of our community, our residential, single-family residential neighborhood, because we're concerned with the congestion, the traffic right there at that intersection of Essery and Jacksboro with Central High School, the fire hall right there on the corner. So we are in agreement with the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can make a motion to withdraw. I'm making a motion to withdraw the first MDR request.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Adams to withdraw the medium-density residential land use request. We have a second by Commissioner Levinson. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'll make a second motion to withdraw the the MDR land use classification.
We have a motion to withdraw the medium-density residential land use classification as it relates to the one-year plan. Do we have a second? We have a second by Commissioner Levinson. Seeing no lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion on the rezoning.
I'll make a motion to rezone, to approve the RN2 rezoning because it's consistent with the existing LDR land use classification based upon staff's recommendation.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams to approve the RN2 district because it's consistent with the existing low-density residential land use classification, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. Seeing no lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 12, applicant R. Bentley Marlowe, location southwest side of Callaway Street, southeast of University Avenue, approximate size of tract 4,046 square feet. Present zoning RN2, zoning requested RN4, existing land use single family residential. Staff recommendation is to deny the RN4 district because the property does not meet the intent of the RN4 district. Is the applicant present?
I'm here.
Do we have opposition? We do have opposition. All right, would you like to proceed or defer?
I'll defer.
Okay,
Chair, may I ask a question?
sure.
When we heard this case at agenda review, we heard this case in combination with another. Will we be doing that? No. Okay, thank you.
Nathaniel Shelso, 237 Dederick Avenue. So I'm here representing the Old Mechanicsville Neighborhood Interest Group. I'm a board member and their treasurer. I think we're going to have to modify my plaque to put that on there. Now, we actually just reorganized. We got a city grant to hold a meeting. The organization dates back to forming in the late 80s. From what I understand, the roots were to organize to actually create the historic overlay that exists in Old Mechanicsville. That overlay is actually where our neighborhood organization boundary is with the city, but we have had members and one of our past presidents lived outside that exact boundary. So we kind of, as you guys know, a lot of neighborhood groups weigh in on cases very close to them, like 2 blocks away. So we had 30 people at our election, and we sort of represent about 110 parcels. So we oppose the RN4 zoning for all the reasons that the staff report details. These are 2 very small lots that don't meet the width requirements. They don't meet the square footage requirements. Additionally, we understand there are other RN4 properties, like that one right in between, which did meet those criteria. There are others throughout our neighborhood which seem to have been placed that way because they were existing duplexes, and with recode in 2020, RN4 seemed to probably be the best zone to throw on that to make it match. But we are not a bunch of NIMBYs. We were very supportive of the middle housing code. When I was on this body, I was informing all of my neighbors about how that process would work. Doing some kind of calculations on these 2 lots, a duplex on them, which we are all fine with through the middle housing code. We didn't oppose a BZA variance that was sought in order to sort of make that work here. That's an equivalent to about 20 units an acre. By requesting RN4 and trying to go for a second principal use with another duplex, which the applicant has stated that he intends to do in the rear of these properties, that's effectively over 40 units an acre. So I don't think that that is the solution to our housing crisis, and we're certainly not against density. So we're really afraid about the precedent that this could set in expanding RN4. And though we know the applicant well, he's our neighbor, he has restored or rehabbed many structures in our neighborhood. We don't understand that, or we don't believe that he needs this in order to save the properties. The properties they've been vacant for a while. They were originally purchased in 2016 and 2017 for a total of about $28,000. I think this is a very clear example of demolition by neglect, and it seems disingenuous to then say, oh, I need a more intense use and a second principal use under the middle housing code, which we still really aren't sure how that would work with the dimensional standards that the middle housing code has brought, but that's another section. Other comments that the neighborhood has brought up, we've seen a lot of people say, oh, I support a garage duplex in the back. But what they really aren't fully understanding, I think, is that this is a rezone request for RN4 that could set some precedent that we don't want to see in our neighborhood. The plans show a total rehab of the structure to replace all the siding with hardy board, install vinyl windows. We've considered the fact that this is in a National Register historic district, though not in an overlay. And those plans retain no original historically contributing attributes. So to us, whether they get rehabbed without this rezone or they get rehabbed with it, they're no longer historically contributing. If they have to get torn down and rebuilt entirely, there's no historic attributes still. He's only claiming to save the footprint of the building, which is not necessarily historic. We wouldn't necessarily oppose this if perhaps there was maybe he could apply to be included in our historic overlay at the same time, and we might feel more comfortable by including that and being able to preserve some of these historic structures instead of just rehab them completely. So I've got a few other points, and I guess I'll maybe save those for a potential another case, but that is the view of our Old Mechanicsville Neighborhood Association.
Thank you, Mr. Shelso. Mr. Marlowe, please be mindful, we do have someone signed up in support, so if you could spare some time if you so desire.
Okay, thank you. Bentley Marlowe, 322 Douglas Avenue. One key thing here I think that needs to be highlighted, I live in the neighborhood and have for 20 years. So I'm not going to recommend anything in my neighborhood that I disagree with or believe is bad for the neighborhood. And moreover, as the staff report notes, I own most of that block face and most of that neighborhood. So I would never do anything to jeopardize and hurt my own values. So when I bring this to you, I believe this is truly the best option forward. It became apparent, I had no idea, this is not in the overlay. This is not within the Omni. In fact, I just thought Chad Weiss people, City Public Service, called me and wanted 1214 torn down back in January. They were tired of giving me time to come up with a plan. As you may know, if you've ever worked on condemned properties, they're very difficult to get financing. So it takes a lot to sort of figure out. I pulled a demo permit and it was issued. Took the demo permit, used it to get hard money lending to start the demolition of the structure and planning and grade work to get ready for a new structure. And then it got stopped whenever I started emailing Ms. Brooks wanting to know how missing middle would apply. Apparently, policy was not followed by Peter Aaron's department, so it was never reviewed. That led to about a 90-day delay. During that time, I learned that there's a National Historic Register overlay that's on this, and that there was a keen interest to save the house. So I went about studying how to possibly save a house. The entire north elevation of this home is underground. The floor structure is full of termites and is pretty compromised. I believe I can do it, but I got to make the numbers work. And to do that, missing middle would allow me to convert it to a duplex within the footprint, which I can do, but the numbers don't work. So I need some more square footage and another rental producing unit. And that is, I need a carriage house. What Opticos says in their report is a carriage house, but was not included in the missing middle housing types. We tried twice last year. This planning commission submitted both times to allow accessory dwelling units. Didn't clear council, so I can't build one of those. The alternative here is the way to forward, RN4, allow me another principal structure. It would have to be a duplex because it has to be missing middle housing type. So it's going to be a tiny duplex built at the alley with 2 parking spaces and built to look like a garage with an apartment, but it will actually be 2 little duplexes. Now there's some conversation about high density. Under missing middle, I'm allowed a quadplex on this lot. So I'm not asking for any increased density. I'm asking, literally, I'm asking, help me find a way to save that old house. And at the same time, we're going to achieve more housing, which is desperately needed in this city. Quickly, I want to save 1 minute, but quickly, looking at the staff report, I urge you to go back and read the staff report from last year when we dealt with 1216. That was recommended to be approved by planning staff, and everything stated in that report is 100% applicable. 100% applicable. In fact, I find that things have changed. Like we've got a stadium a mile away that's up out of the ground. We have Encore Golf half a mile away. We have infill new developments that I'm not building, that other developers are building. There's been 13 townhomes break ground on West 4th, a block and a half away. 2 new single-family homes built less than a block north of here on 5th and Callaway, I think. So there's a lot changing, and I think all of it supports rezoning this for the purposes of allowing me to find a financial way to save the old house and increase density. I'm allowed 4 units. Let me have the way to do the 4 units that preserves the old house, and I'm going to reserve the rest of the time.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. Mr. Bartholomew?
Thank you. Parker Bartholomew. I have 3 seconds. Is that what I got?
A minute 3.
A minute. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at that wrong. All right. I won't take a minute 3. Parker Bartholomew, 5406 Summit Ridge Lane. Mr. Marlowe could build a 4-plex currently, not just 2 units on that site. So currently, as it's zoned right now using missing middle, Mr. Shelso is correct. It's 40 units per acre. I think that sounds pretty awesome, personally. I think that's exactly what missing middle was designed for. It was designed to use an existing neighborhood with sidewalks, with all your infrastructure, not increasing stormwater runoff, and put as many units as we can here and making them affordable. What he's trying to do is to save that structure and to save that house. The 4-plex would be very much out of character with this site. And again, he can do that without any changes. 2 duplexes here that fit into the neighborhood is a much better fit. He's going to save existing trees that are there, and I think everything else he talked about. So I'll let you guys have it. Thank you.
I could have those last 5 seconds. The lady that lives at 1212 commented publicly, and she's in favor of this. And so did a homeowner further down on Callaway. So 2 homeowners on the block face are in favor of this, and I think that should be given a great deal of weight. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to commission. Let's see. Commissioner Midas.
Yeah, I remember when this came before our commission in 2023, and I think I'm pretty sure I voted against it, concerned that it was in the middle of the street. It wasn't on a corner lot. I felt like it was inappropriate. At the time, I see this lot and I find that it's even, to me, I feel like it's even more inappropriate. It's inconsistent even at its current zoning, and now we're going to be increasing the RN4 footprint in the middle of a block to include 1, possibly 2 other additional lots, which are not compatible for the current zone. I support staff in this decision. You know, we are not in a position to try to make development work. I know Mr. Marlowe's a very smart man, and I'm sure when he purchased this property, there was more than one way that he could make this property work. $28,000 seems very reasonable. And I guess I would like to make a motion to deny the applicant's request for RN4 district because the property does not meet the intent of the RN4 district.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to deny per staff recommendation by Commissioner Midas, seconded by Commissioner Adams. And Commissioner Adams, you had your light on?
I did, because one thing that troubled me with what Mr. Marlowe was saying was the timing of everything. You were painting the timeline, and to hear that a demo permit was pulled. So the desire to save the structure, but there's already been a demo permit pulled. It was going to be removed. And then a complaint that it was stalled, which I think is the system that's working. It shouldn't be demoed if it's a historic structure, and then to say that you discovered that it was in a historic district, not an overlay, but a district, seems disingenuous because you live there. How could this just be a discovery? I just want to say that because it seems odd, and I'm not trying to attack you, but the painting out of that timeline, it really did kind of stand up as odd.
It wasn't just me, it was Peter Aaron's department that also didn't realize that. The overlay in question, I always look at the zoning map in KGIS, which shows overlays. It does not show this national park thing. You have to go to some other map. So it's not in the deed. It's how would I know? And apparently Peter Aaron's department, when they issued the demo permit, didn't catch it, didn't realize it, didn't know it, because the ordinance would have required them to send it over to Ms. Crockett for evaluation before issuing the demo permit, which did not happen. So it sounds weird, but I'm telling you, that's the truth. And the only other thing I'd say about the RN4 on small lots, you could go over to Dameron, just slightly to the east. There's a whole lot of tinier lots, about 2/3 the size of this zoned RN4. And the corner of Harvey and Emerald has a bunch of small lots that are RN4 surrounded for many blocks in all directions by RN2. So I think it's very, very precedented. We need to go east, I think. You would get, keep going. Keep going, just a little bit more east to Dameron, on the other side of the interstate, right there. Many, 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 very small, approximately 2/3 the size of mine RN4. And to find small RN4 completely surrounded by RN2, you could go to intersection of Harvey and East Emerald, a little farther to the north. There's a whole lot of RN4 there, but I think you're in 4th and Gill now. If we kind of move over towards Old North Knox, I can't.
I'm just going to say, we're talking about a specific property and
Right.
not all the different ones that are around the map in different contexts entirely. So I appreciate your knowledge of where some of these other examples are, but they're not the property that we're talking about, nor are they in the same context.
Well,
So I'm
directly
gonna
behind this
stand
property
behind my second.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I'm going to move on to Commissioner Higgins.
I just want to get some clarification from staff. It was mentioned that a quadplex could be built on this as it is. I know that RN2 allows for quadplexes, but there's a minimum width standard under missing middle. So I wanted to see if there's a variance, or I don't see how it would be allowed. It may not necessarily be too consequential to the discussion. That kind of threw me off.
We have not received any formal application for a quadplex for this particular piece of property under the middle housing standards. That's what you're asking. So we haven't evaluated it yet.
But wouldn't,
I'd have to take a close look at it, but in terms of, there's been no formal application for that housing type.
the quadplexes do have a minimum lot width with an alley of 45 feet, correct?
This is a non-conforming lot of record, so
So it-
lot width and area can be, don't have to be considered.
Okay, that's mainly what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second on the table. I don't see any other lights. So the motion is to deny the RN4 district because the property does not meet the intent of the RN4 district. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Call the roll, Mr. DeArmond.
Commissioner Huber?
No.
Commissioner Browning?
No.
Commissioner Levinson?
No.
Commissioner Boyer?
No.
Commissioner Barger? Commissioner Overton?
No.
Commissioner Anderson? No. Commissioner Higgins? Commissioner Biggs? Commissioner Daly?
No.
Commissioner Gill? Commissioner Midas? This is for the deny. Yes would be deny.
Yes.
Correct. Commissioner Adams?
Wait, I think you might need to go back because I see a few confused faces and call the roll with the
Okay, let's restart.
Okay. This is to deny
All right,
the
let's
rezone.
be clear here. A yes is to deny the applicant's request, okay? A yes is to deny the applicant's request. Correct. Yes.
Commissioner Huber,
No.
Commissioner Browning, Commissioner Browning,
No.
Commissioner Levinson. No. Commissioner Boyer. Yes. Commissioner Barker. Commissioner Overton. Commissioner Anderson. No. Commissioner Higgins. Yes. Commissioner Biggs.
No.
Commissioner Daly. Commissioner Gill. Yes. Commissioner Midas. Yes. Commissioner Adams. Yes. Commissioner Hill.
Yes.
That's 6 yes, 8 no.
Motion fails. Chair will entertain another motion or further discussion.
I make a motion that we approve RN4 because the property, it is an extension of the property next door.
Second.
We have a motion to approve RN4 by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Browning. Seeing no other lights, let's take a vote. All in favor to, for the RN4 zoning, say yay or yes? Yes. And how many oppose? No. Okay, let's call the roll, Mr. DeArmond.
Commissioner Huber.
Yes.
Commissioner Browning.
Yes.
Commissioner Levinson. Yes. Commissioner Boyer.
No.
Commissioner Barger. Yes. Commissioner Overton. Commissioner Anderson. Yes. Commissioner Higgins.
Yes.
Commissioner Biggs.
Yes.
Commissioner Daly. Commissioner Gill. No. Commissioner Midas. No. Commissioner Adams. No. Commissioner Hill.
No. Motion passes.
That's 9-5.
Thank you.
All right. I'm hearing whispers of a bathroom break, so let's take 10 minutes. Okay, let's get rolling again. We are on to item 13. Applicant Bentley Martlow. Location, southwest side of Callaway Street, southeast of University Avenue, 3,371 square feet. Present zoning RN2. Zoning requested RN4. Existing land use, single-family residential. Staff recommendation, deny the RN4 district because the property does not meet the intent of the RN district. Is the applicant present?
I am.
All right, do we have opposition? We do have opposition. This feels like a rerun.
I'll defer.
All right.
Nathaniel Shelso, 237 Dederick Avenue. Our neighborhood organization opposes the rezone for the same reason. We want to stop the currently growing RN4 mass in the middle of our neighborhood. I really fail to understand, and this is one reason I didn't necessarily want to continue on the Planning Commission. So many of the county picks kind of forcing some of these things that in the inner city area, like the city people understand and say, okay, that doesn't fit, but the county says shove it in. So that, I don't know, that's kind of interesting to me on the dynamic of this commission. But some other things, and this is now me speaking personally, obviously, about the middle housing code. So to Commissioner Higgins' point, our group was confused on basically, you know, how you could potentially do a quad on a small lot with these. So like the duplex on RN2 even has a minimum lot width. So I guess we are confused and concerned if a non-conforming lot by right has access to everything that's within the middle housing code. That seems problematic. And I guess this is just more of a warning that I think that's going to have some backlash longer term throughout the entire TDR area. So additionally, the second principal use, anything that's RN4 being able to have a second principal use, when we were passing middle housing code, none of us were really thinking, well, what if you do 2 duplexes on a lot that's big enough? That wasn't really our intent. We weren't thinking about that, and that's also something that should be revisited. So those are just suggestions. But Omni wants to deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelso. Mr. Marlowe.
May I give 2 of my minutes to Mr. Bartholomew?
Sure.
Thank you. Some of you were here in Parker Bartholomew, 5406 Summit Ridge Lane. Some of y'all were here for Missing Middle. That went through a lot of review, and there's still many, many unknowns. I'm going through a Missing Middle review right now. One of the things that we've found is that these smaller, non-conforming lots do give you an opportunity to provide density. What's strange about that, or maybe favorable about that, is that many of these lots, when they were originally developed, were developed for exactly that reason, to create density and not count lot coverage and lot area. And that's now what we're able to do. So after 50 years of single-family residential zoning with large lot areas, now we have the Missing Middle plan that brings us back to what these things were originally designed for. That's why when you go through the TDR, you find so many small, non-conforming lots. So there's, one of the other things is single-family residential is not allowed in Missing Middle. I think that would shock most of you to know that. You cannot put a single-family house in Missing Middle because that use is not there. So if you wanted to do Missing Middle on that lot, you could not keep that single-family house there. So I will agree, there's a lot of things with Missing Middle that need to be looked at, but there's also some things here that get us back to the intention of what it is. And I think that in this area, this is Mr. Marlowe's backyard. He spent a ton of time here. He lives here. He's one of the few developers that actually lives where they're trying to develop. I don't think he's going to try to hurt this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew.
Yeah, so it's pretty much more of the same. I'm trying to put density back where density used to be. You can look at the Sanborn maps, and you can see that Mechanicsville used to have an incredibly high density, and most of it's been erased. And I'm trying to put it back because we need housing, and this is allowed in the TDR. I'm allowed under the Missing Middle, a quadplex, 2.5 stories high. I don't want to drastically change the block face or destroy the historic appearance, so I'm trying to save these older homes up front and build additional housing units back at the alley, and I think that's appropriate. And just to, since Omni wanted to weigh in, just to remind everyone, this is outside the overlay, the historic overlay of Mechanicsville, so the guidelines that Omni created does not apply. But if I were in Omni, the Omni guidelines allow for secondary structure to be built behind the primary structure, provided that it's not visible from the street. So I would be allowed to build with the hardy board, with the materials that I proposed to build on the tiny duplex back by the alley, even if I were subject to the guidelines of the Omni organization. I've built several up in the Omni area using hardy that went through historic zoning for appropriateness and was approved under their guidelines. So even if I were to be held to their standards, the small duplex garage carriage house type structure I'm proposing at the rear is entirely compatible even with their strict guidelines. So I believe this is entirely appropriate. And for the concerns that there's not RN4 anywhere else except for my property, if you look there, parcel 31, that has a duplex and a single family on that parcel, yet it's zoned RN2. I believe that's a non-conformity. I believe that should actually be RN4, but for some reason it's not. And there's numerous cases like that all throughout the neighborhood. So it's, as the staff report correctly notes, mixed housing types are already all throughout Mechanicsville, just some of them don't have the appropriate color on that map. And again, like, I've been here for 20 years in this neighborhood. I've redeveloped most of the neighborhood, but for a lot of my efforts, most of these houses would have probably been destroyed by either homeless fires or the city tearing them down. And I have done the best I can. Maybe Mr. Shelso calls it demolition by neglect. I've kept them standing, and I think I have a path forward for them. And that is a lot more difficult than some people realize. So I urge you to help me out here and support this. And maybe when I get done, we'll have a ribbon cutting. You can come see exactly the powers of missing middle to increase density and still look historically accurate and function very well in our city. And by doing so, we can take a lot of the stress off the county, and maybe we'll be able to preserve some farmland in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. Commissioner Higgins.
I have a question for staff. Since a lot of the argument to do this is in the name of preservation of the existing house on site, is it possible for us to make a motion that includes adding historic overlay on this property?
You cannot condition the zoning, but I guess technically you could. I'm looking at sorry. Yeah, typically those recommendations originate within Historic Zoning Commission. You could ask for consideration. This body could send it over to the Historic Zoning Commission, ask them to consider that.
Well,
It would have to come back before you all.
it sounds, I think that would be more steps than I'm looking for here, but I think that it seems like the main argument for changing the zoning here is so that, if I'm hearing correctly, so that the front units can be preserved and that historic preservation. Well, if it has a historic overlay and goes to the Historic Zoning Commission, then those guidelines will be followed and enforced, and the concerns from the neighborhood of just tearing down and just using the same footprint would be, I think, partially, if not completely alleviated. So is there I know that in an ideal situation, most situations, we would, recommend consideration for that, but if I make a motion to approve the RN4 with a also historic designation, can we approve that?
So I'm reading the creation of an H overlay district. It says the city council, the mayor, or the owner of the subject property has the authority to initiate applications, and then it would go to the Historic Zoning Commission. So perhaps at the city council stage of the review process, but it doesn't seem that that power is granted to the planning commission.
And is that for a full district or just because I know that there's two different designations. There's the historic district and then there's like historic site overlay.
This is for the historic district overlay, which can be applied to a single property.
Okay. Well, then I would.
So Commissioner Higgins, I mean, you could make a recommendation. You can't condition it, but I mean, you could, make it part of the record that council consider such an overlay.
I would, so I won't make a motion, but I will make a recommendation for this case and the previous case that city council do consider the historic overlay on these two sites, given that the purpose for this is historic preservation, and that it is currently in a historic designated area through the National Park Service. So even though it's not already in a historic district, it is under the pre-1865 map in the Mechanicsville Historic District. So I want to say on record that if city council is out there listening, that when this gets to them, that I hope they will consider that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, or Vice Chair Huber.
I guess I just want to throw one thing out to former Commissioner Celso. I was disappointed to hear that you feel there's a difference between the city and the county commissioners up here. I do feel like we try to work as a cohesive group. That's the purpose of it. It's the design. There's a balance between the city and the county, that the city looks at it, the county looks at it. We look at stuff in the city, they look at stuff in the county. But there are different zones, and I think we're all appointed for our opinions. I mean, you and I voted together quite often, and occasionally not. But I was a little disappointed to hear that your personal feelings were such that, again, so here, I mean, with respect to this, I do think it's in a traditional neighborhood development area. You're 300 or 400 feet away from a nice commercial node at University and Fifth Avenue. It is more of the missing middle, the infill of the housing in that area. So again, just like the last one, I'd like to make a motion to approve RN4 because it is an extension of the zone next door.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve RN4 zoning by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Browning. And we have much discussion left. So let's go to Commissioner Gill.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say a few words. Obviously, I think I know where this vote is going, which is fine, so I won't belabor any points here, but I just want to say a few words. I know that missing middle is a very important issue. It's one that was around my dinner table for many months prior to, I'm thinking, a lot of people found out that this was the intent. So I can speak fairly authoritatively about what the intent was behind at least some of the initial conversations in that regard. And I'd also like to point out that, Mr. Marlowe, you are a very clear, upstanding part of your community, and I commend you with a lot of the great work that you've done. And in regards to the missile meddling, your name came up very often, and in support of that, I have nothing but respect for you, which is why it pains me a little bit to be a bit on the other side of this issue. I think that the intent of that missing middle was to provide other avenues other than having to rezone everything in order to provide the density that we need. We've heard multiple times here that you could, by right, put a fourplex on this without having to go through this process. And I think that was the intent of missing middle, was to give people like you the opportunity to be able to do what you need to do in order to provide housing for our city residents, particularly in the area that you work in, which is incredibly well needed. And I commend you for all the work that you've done there. I am personally just a little concerned, as we're setting precedent, to continue to use a tool as a sledgehammer to just rezone things when it's more convenient to do so, in order then to use the missing middle that you have already gone down the path of to be able to accomplish the same thing. I understand that the intent is to try to help save the house, but from a purely objective perspective, we want those units to come up to be able to provide that. Saving the house is commendable, but as you have pointed out a couple of times, you're not in that historic overlay district, and with respect to what the Omni believes or not, you aren't bound by their guidelines in that regard. I don't see why you couldn't just get the density that you require to be able to make that site work within the bounds that are already before you. That being said, it's pretty clear that where the vote is going, so I look forward to the ribbon cutting, but I'm still not going to be able to support a rezoning just from the sake of precedent.
Thank you, Commissioner Gill. Commissioner Biggs.
Yeah, and I think related to Commissioner Gill's comment, I just want to make sure I'm clear on like the bounds of what is currently sort of, enabled with the current zoning. And my understanding is that you can't build an ADU in the back on this property because the primary residence is a duplex and not single family. Is that correct? Mike, sorry if I butchered our conversation on the side.
That's my understanding, is that the ADU regulations in the base zoning only allow accessory dwelling units in association with a single-family house, but no other housing type.
Okay. And I guess that's where I'm struggling, is because an ADU feels like the appropriate way to add density to this lot, but the current missing middle guidelines don't enable a mechanism for that. And so RN4 feels like the only way to enable increased density on this lot, without demolishing the house and then building a quadplex up front. So I think that's where I'm torn. I plan on supporting the vote again, but if anybody has other ideas of how you can increase density, with missing middle or without demolishing the lot or the house, I'd be open to hearing those.
Thank you, Commissioner Biggs. Commissioner Overton.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to first echo Commissioner Huber's sentiment that we all work together. And I know I particularly have the tendency sometimes to get a little hot up here. But all that to say, like, I think we all respect each other's opinions. At least I hope I do. I know I certainly, for example, respect Commissioner Adams' opinion, even though we rarely vote together. But I think, she provides great input, and I would echo that with everybody up here. And I think that we all genuinely care about our community, about the county and the city. And just as background, I don't know if you know this, Commissioner Shelso, and I know that you also had incredible intentions when you're on this body. I've lived downtown for almost 10 years, and I don't intend to move out of the city limits, really out of like the very close city limits, probably ever, because the burbs probably aren't for me. But all that to say, even though I'm a county appointee, I care very deeply about the city and walkable communities and all that, and I'm sure that all my fellow county appointees think that too. And so I would echo what Commissioner Biggs just said about, I genuinely believe that this area, Mechanicsville, is a good neighborhood for more increased density. I think RN4, provides a lot of housing types that are completely appropriate in Mechanicsville and that really seek to benefit our community, particularly as Mr. Marlowe has pointed out during the housing crisis, which you guys will just going to have to get tired of me saying that. And so I just wanted to provide that background on why I support it and just echo what Commissioner Huber said, because I think there doesn't need to be such a divide between us, even though we may disagree.
Thank you, Commissioner Overton. Commissioner Browning.
Oh, thank you, Chairman Hill. Gosh, I think what bothers me the most about this deal is, I really respect former Commissioner Shelso. But gosh, we've got three really smart guys here, Shelso, Marlowe, and Bartholomew. You can tell they're all really smart and they care about that neighborhood. It's just interesting how they can't come together, but I wish they could all kind of get to some common ground, maybe have a beer and, see the great development of Mechanicsville. Having said that, I do feel like the RN4 gives Mr. Marlowe the flexibility to be able to do what he needs to do there, and that's why I'm in support of it.
All right, let's see here. Commissioner Adams.
Thanks. This is a question for staff that goes into just making sure I'm thinking about things correctly. Were the applicant to live in this property, the ADU would not be a problem, right? Like, it's, part of this has to do with ownership and the property itself. I'm thinking about it in terms of missing middle.
Can you restate the question? If the applicant lived on the subject property?
Well, I'm reflecting on missing middle and part, because one of my concerns and why I voted as I did on the previous case, and I think Commissioner Gill's got the numbers right, how this one will go, but the precedent that's being set to just use rezoning as a way to do this as opposed to work with that plan, no one's against ADUs, but it's the way that those ADUs are built and then executed is the issue.
I don't think we're covering ADUs with this rezoning. The question about ADUs was whether it could be considered on a property that's not a single family.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But under middle housing, this is a non-conforming lot of records, so lot width and area doesn't count against it in terms of what could be permitted. Middle housing permits a variety of more intensive housing forms.
Mm-hmm.
And under its RN2, under RN4, I think, it allows for a second principal use, which would allow for a second duplex in this particular example.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other, Commissioner Higgins?
I know we've got a lot more on the agenda, long way to go, so I'll be brief. I think that biggest thing that stands out to me with this is, and not even specific to this, but seems like the purpose for this request is due to the fact that RN2 does not allow more than one principal use structure on the site. And, I think that it would be appropriate for staff, I would like for staff to look at maybe whether or not it's appropriate to have that restriction in our code, because I've seen a number of instances with RN1 and RN2 where it does seem like more than one principal use would make sense. There's, used to, it was much more common to parcel off for every single unit, and we've got a agenda item that is specifically related to rezoning and flag lots and how that has often historically been done. But, a lot of times it's more common now to see condo association type subdivisions where with a townhouse, you may have multiple townhouses that are not each individually parceled off. They're a HOA ownership structure. So, I think that it might be worth looking into the limitation on number of principal use structures on a site, and not just for missing middle, but broadly. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Looks like we've run out of lights, and I think we have a motion and a second on the floor, and that is to approve RN4 district because it is an extension of the district. Okay. Everybody clear on that? All right. So all in favor say aye. Any opposed? No. Call roll, Mr. DeArmond.
Commissioner Huber?
Yes.
Commissioner Browning?
Yes.
Commissioner Levinson? Yes. Commissioner Boyer?
No.
Commissioner Barger? Yes. Commissioner Overton? Yes. Commissioner Anderson? Yes. Commissioner Higgins?
Yes.
Commissioner Biggs?
Yes.
Commissioner Daly? Yes. Commissioner Gill?
No.
Commissioner Midas? Commissioner Adams?
No.
Commissioner Hill?
No.
That's 9-5, sir.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Bear with me. I can't find that. This third, agenda item, okay, gotcha. All right, on to agenda item number 19. This is City of Knoxville zoning ordinance amendments pertaining to flag lots and multiple lots without street frontage utilizing access easements. Staff recommendation is to approval of amendments as proposed to the City of Knoxville zoning ordinance, Appendix B, Zoning Code Article 2.3, Definitions, Article 2.4, Rules of Measurement, Article 4.3, Dimensional Standards, Article 4.4, E and District Standards, Article 9.3.J, Principal Use Standards for two-family dwellings, and adding subsections G and H to Article 10.1, General Development Requirements, to add standards for flag lots and situations in multiple lots without street frontage, utilize an access easement. Everybody got that? Good. All right. Let's see. Who's going to speak on it? Michelle, Ms. Portier, you going to speak on that? Would you like to comment? No? Okay. All right. Any opposition? Okay, we do have opposition. Ms. Malone?
Carlene Malone, 6051 Fountain Road, Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm not here in opposition. I sent a comment asking for a 30-day postponement. You can tell by what Mr. Hill read, this is complex. You don't just need to look at the zoning ordinance, you also need to look at the subdivision regulations to understand it. You can see by the agenda item or the file number, this has been around since January, February, March, April of 24. It's complicated. This showed up on the public website for the Planning Commission on Friday, last week. That's not enough time for public notice. That's not enough time for the public to understand what this is. If you want meaningful input, you can't put something like this up. It's 90 pages to look through. Can't put something up on a Friday. That's when the text went up, on Friday of last week, and hear it on Thursday. Meaningful comment takes more time than that for neighborhoods and individuals to review it. So I again renew my request that it be postponed.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Commission? Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. I definitely don't disagree. This does seem complicated. In fact, during the agenda review, I was a little confused about the scope of the change, just because there are a lot of figures, there's a lot of code references, and so it at first glance can seem like there's a lot more to it than just the amount of straightforward that it is. But if, Michelle, would you care to maybe summarize the just bare bones intent of what this is accomplishing?
Sure. So this is whenever someone is using an access easement, which is basically permissions to cross over someone's property to access another property. When that happens on multiple lots where there are not street frontage, we are proposing to require that those structures face the easement instead of the street. The other thing that we are proposing, so this diagram that's up here now, that is kind of referring to the other part of it, which is the flag lots. So the diagram at the top of that page, that's illustrating where there are maybe situations and when there are multiple flag lots created, which create multiple access points along a street, which can create a safety concern. And so we're proposing to prohibit serial flag lots because there is an option for an easement instead, which is the second diagram on that page. So it just provides a safer mechanism for people to be able to access their property. You can see from those two diagrams, they have the same amounts of properties that have been subdivided. So it doesn't prohibit someone from being able to subdivide their property. It does provide a safer access point. The other part with the flag lots is that we are proposing for at least 70% of the structure to be sort of shifted over, staggered, so that's not directly behind the property, that's the flag lot that is behind. And then regarding the multiple lots, with the building orientation shifting towards the easement, that also creates that front lot would be along the easement instead. And so there's a lot of language in there to clarify where the setback would come from, but that's the gist of it.
Thank you. And, I will strongly advocate not just for limiting the number of driveways and trying to consolidate all of that, but also for when subdividing land, using an access easement so that the access to that is privately managed and owned and not something that's put onto the taxpayers to have to maintain and take care of. So allowing, and it's a very minor change, just that now when using an access easement, instead of having to face the street, because you could be, let's say 5 houses back and having to face a street that you can't even see, now you can actually turn and face that. And optimistically, I hope that this leads to more instances where subdivisions are maintaining their main road as an access easement instead of putting it into a public road for taxpayers to pay for. So with that, I think that it does look complicated. I think there's time before it goes to city council to discuss it, or to discuss it at city council if there are community concerns. It's been postponed in the past, so I'll make a motion to approve per staff's recommendation.
We've got a motion to approve per staff recommendation by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Vice Chair Huber. We have still more lights. Commissioner Midas.
Yeah, hi. I just want to thank Ms. Malone for speaking up. You know, it's hard when you don't get feedback from the community on something. And, you know, especially in the city, I see this as being something that could open up more development in deep properties. I know there's a piece of property in my neighborhood, actually, that this could affect potentially 30 houses that surround that piece of property if they were to allow their access easement into developing this deep part of the property. I actually would like for a postponement to be able to just kind of reach out to the community, give it more time, get the word out, and address it maybe in 30, 60 days. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, one of the things, the problem is not the intent of this. Nobody wants 5 flag lot access in a row. The problem is, if you look at the detail, the front yard setback of these houses facing each other will be 10 feet from the easement. 25-foot easement, 10-foot setback. So you'll have the facade, the front yard setback, the facade of 2 buildings, 45 feet apart, in the middle of your neighborhood. Is that and it will override the dimensional standards in Table 4-1 of the zoning ordinance for the EN zone, RN1, and so on. I mean, this is not a simple, we don't want 5 flag lots. This is far more complicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malone.
So I know there's a motion on the table. I'll leave it up to Commissioner Higgins. But I guess I will probably be voting no on this unless in support of a postponement.
Thank you, Commissioner Midas. Commissioner Biggs.
I was just going to say, I was initially leaning towards postponement. You know, 90 pages is a lot, but I see that the vast majority of that just copy-pasted zoning code without much change. So I definitely appreciate the comment that this is a complicated issue and a lot to process, but I guess do feel like that maybe 90-page total is a little bit misleading of how much is actually proposed to change. So I think I'm comfortable voting yes, and if there's further discussion that can be had at the city, county level.
Thank you, Commissioner Biggs. Commissioner Anderson.
This is actually, Michelle, a question for you. Was any discussion taking place around maybe standardizing the type of maintenance agreement that would be kind of put forth when this type of thing is up for review?
So access easements have been around for a long time. We're not proposing to create access easements. We're just proposing that it be used instead of flag lots. So it's just included in the diagrams to illustrate the difference between that. So essentially, what happens is a lawyer draws up the easement agreement. It's agrees to who maintains the easement, the paved surface within that easement, and then all the abutting property owners or all the users of that agreement would sign off on that.
Okay. So I guess I understand that, and I certainly think that in an ideal world, it would be great to put these driveways and these access points more as something that the actual users maintain. What concerns me a little bit is, if it's a true like joint permanent easement and it's jointly owned or jointly owned by 6 different homeowners, it's pretty clear about what the maintenance obligations are. It seems this is a little different in terms of having the driveway be used by, say, 4 homeowners or 5 homeowners, but it's really on one person's lot. And as someone that closes real estate transactions for a living, I can see a ton of confusion amongst buyers, down the line, so to speak, of not really understanding what they're getting. And, sometimes we have a tendency to put together maybe less than perfect easement agreements. And I would just put it out there that I think that it would be problematic down the line to not pay attention or have some oversight in making sure that the maintenance agreements that go along with these are somewhat comprehensive.
And I don't disagree with that. Right now, the current practice is for those easements to be submitted to the law department, and we require the law department approval before we can sign off on the plat. So because that's not our area of expertise, we don't examine legal documents and have that background. So we do get assistance from the law department in that.
Vice Chair Huber.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, again, thank you, Ms. Malone, where you ended up, I don't know. But yeah, always public input is good. I would probably lean towards Commissioner Biggs too. To me, as I've read it, it's really not a substantial change, substantive change. I really, because I've dealt with this in the city zoning before, and it is very, very cumbersome the way it's written right now. And I think it was really an unintended consequence. They were trying to do the right thing with the zoning in the way the easements worked, but it was really causing a lot of unlikely scenarios when people tried to use them. So I see it more of a correction of an error that's inside the plan. So I'm in full support of it.
Okay, Commissioner Higgins.
I'll just say, I support this. I don't see a need to rush it. So if there's a desire to postpone 30 days and have concerns, addressed, then I think that I don't see an issue with that. Unless staff has any thoughts towards that. Okay, then I'd amend my motion to just go ahead and postpone for 30 days and give more time.
Second.
All right.
Okay, so we're withdrawing the initial motion, right? Okay, and our second man agreed to that. Okay, so we have a motion to postpone for 30 days by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Vice Chair Huber. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 25, applicant Julie Cloninger, location north side of Thorn Grove Pike, west of Kennedy Road, 2.12 acres. Present zoning's agricultural, zoning requested, neighborhood commercial. Existing land use is rural residential. Staff recommendation is to deny the neighborhood commercial zone because it does not meet all the criteria for a rezoning. Is the applicant present? Do we have opposition? Seeing no opposition, you may proceed. And if you'll please state your name and address, please.
Julie Cloninger, 7235 Nichols Road. I'm here today requesting the 5917 be zoned neighborhood commercial. I had a business at 5903, which adjoins the property, and it is commercial. The 5917 had a business on it before I purchased it. But I'm just trying to move my business from 5903 to 5917.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm willing to improve, whatever I need to do.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Cloninger. Commission? Commissioner Higgins.
So just to be clear, the applicant operates a business 2 parcels down and is requesting rezone so that they can move the business to this property. Is that correct?
As I understood,
Hearing
that was the
correct?
case, yes.
Okay. That's all for now.
That is correct. It's, no, it's next door.
We can quietly contemplate, or Chair will entertain a motion.
I was just going to ask for maybe a little more color from staff on the criteria that this specifically doesn't meet, just given the proximity to other, commercial adjacent. I know it's not directly adjacent, but clearly very close. So sorry if I missed this on Tuesday, but any quick cliff notes there?
I think, Samuel, you want to comment on that?
Yes, so the nearby CA zones are legacy zoning that are not consistent with the comprehensive plan. The place type of the subject property and surrounding properties are rural living, which would not allow the CA zone right now. The CN zone is partially related, so it can be considered, but staff recommendation of denial considers the intent of the CN zone. The zoning ordinance states that the CN zone should generally be placed at street intersections or at the edge of a neighborhood. This is neither an intersection nor at the edge of a neighborhood. Other consideration included the small area plan that identifies this as a, I forgot the term, but it intends to preserve the rural look and feel and recommends to limit the expansion, infrastructure expansion on this corridor.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the request for CN based off those comments, just because, I think if it's permitted under here, it may not necessarily meet the criteria exactly, but it is right, just adjacent to to CA, and CN being less intense, I think that it's appropriate here. And also on I think a collector road, if I saw that correctly. So I think in this case, it's appropriate. So that's my motion.
We have a motion to approve neighborhood commercial zone by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Browning. Any other comments? If not, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? 1 no. Motion passes. Thank you.
26.
Item 26, Benjamin C. Mullins, location west of terminus of Grosse Point Drive, east of Ebenezer Road, south of Kingston Pike, 9.9 acres. Present zoning, RAE, zoning requested, plan residential, existing land use, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. Density proposed up to 4 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommendation is to approve the planned residential zone with up to 4 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the surrounding development and changing conditions in the area, subject to the 2 noted conditions. Is the applicant present?
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the Anderson Geneva Kane Trust.
Do we have opposition? Any opposition? Seeing no opposition, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Harrell. I sent a letter out on this on August 5th. I uploaded it to the website and hope everybody had a chance to see it. This is 9.9 acres. It's part of an overall area that's been changing and rezoning over the past few months. There was a portion of this that was approved on consent earlier today for the OB zoning. That area right there that the cursor's moving over, that is being postponed until September. But we're asking for PR for an OB on that one as well. You can see on the map there, 1D24RZ, that was rezoned to 4 units an acre back in January and was approved by County Commission. This is about 10 acres of this property that's, the family still owns and lives on the property. But because the property has been rezoning and changing, they wanted to go ahead and get their rezoning in place. And when they decide they no longer want to live on the property, which I think that may be when they're feet up, I think this is what they've told us, that it would be available for purchase. The only issue with this isn't the rezoning of 4 units an acre. It's the 2 conditions that staff has recommended on it that we would respectfully ask be removed. The first condition is just generally applying the hillside protection areas onto this property. There is hillside on the property, and staff's recommendation is basically to take what the city has codified and apply it to this county property. And the family is not in agreement with that. We believe there could be some potential unintended consequences with applying the hillside protection on this area. We don't have a development plan in place. It's not under contract for any developer at this time, but we do know that there's going to be some grading. It does allow us to grade up to 4.98 acres of the hillside area, but especially along the periphery there, there's likely going to need to be some drainage easements and stormwater issues that will need to be addressed. And we just really don't know without a development plan exactly what effect that may have on our property. As I pointed out in my letter, the county has not adopted the hillside protection area. The hillside protection plan is advisory. It serves as a guideline for staff for its recommendation. So staff did exactly what they're supposed to do in making this recommendation. I don't fault them for that, but it's non-binding on the county. And in particular, right now we're kind of in between new growth policy plan, which did not adopt the hillside protection plan as part of the growth policy plan. The general plan that we adopted, the comprehensive plan, it didn't adopt the hillside protection either. It did refer to Development Policy 7.6, which I think staff referenced and I referenced in my letter as well. And we both actually got it wrong. I misquoted it in my letter. I left out some words. And when staff quoted it on Thursday, they didn't quote the entire thing either. So what it actually says is on page 59 of the development of the comprehensive land use plan, consider regulations in the Unified Development Ordinance according to or by guidance of the Hillside and Ridgetop Protection Plan. And there's going to be a larger legislative policy conversation on this when the UDO goes through the process. I know they're in the process of selecting a consultant for that, but we're not there yet. And so I think it may very well be by the time the county adopts, if they adopt some type of hillside protection, that there'll be hillside protection provisions on this property, maybe even very close to what staff recommended, but we're not there yet. And I'd ask that we just hold off in that process until that process can complete itself. And so we're not creating any unintended consequences that may really affect how this property could be developed. The second condition is this non-disturbance zone, which is in addition to the hillside. It has about 1.5 acres, it's Exhibit B on staff's report, that cannot be disturbed, and that includes a non-disturbance zone in the 35-foot periphery. And that does create some specific issues. I mean, that 35-foot periphery is not a non-disturbance zone by the ordinance. It's a building setback. No buildings can go within that periphery. It can be reduced, but 35 is the standard. And that would mean that someone's backyard would be subject to a non-disturbance. They couldn't put, for instance, a below-grade pool, which would be allowed in that periphery, but it would be disturbing it, and that would be one of the consequences to it. They couldn't, grade out a section of property for a batting cage or for a playground or a sandbox, because the definition of disturbance is very broad. I mean, you're talking about not removing vegetation, not bringing anything to bare ground. So there's just a lot of unintended consequences with that I don't think, maybe staff intended, but it's certainly something that we're concerned about wanting to develop the property. So I would respectfully ask that this be approved with those 2 conditions removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Vice Chair Huber.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I would tend to agree. I'm not anti-trees or anti-hillside ridgetop protection plan, but I do feel like the conditions may be a little early in this process. I mean, we're at the zoning stage right now, not the plan stage. I think all that is very fair to discuss when we're in the development plan stage, things like that. I developed one out in Hardin Valley called Covered Bridge, and we looked at this kind of thing on the edges buffering out other people, and that's exactly what we came up with, is even discussing it with the neighbors was you can't have a full-blown no disturb, because you have to, it's not even about the roads, it's about the house. It's the siting of the house. And yeah, is there going to be a pool in the backyard? Do you have to stop 35 feet off of your back property line and build a huge retaining wall just to be able to have a back porch kind of thing? So I feel like the zoning at 4 units an acre is very appropriate. I know this came through to us. There's going to be an apartment complex there. We're not sure what's going to happen in the future with this, but I think we should not condition it today. It should be looked at when there's a development plan presented. So with that, I would like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the planned residential zone with up to 4 dwelling units an acre because it's consistent with the surrounding development and changing conditions in the area with no conditions.
Okay, we have a motion made by Vice Chair Huber to approve planned residential up to 4 dwelling units per acre, and deleting the 2 conditions in the staff recommendation, and that was seconded by Commissioner Anderson. And we have more discussion here, and we'll go to Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I could understand if the county does not want to put a blanket restriction across the entire county on hillside protection. In fact, the city's hillside protection has flexibilities and avenues where if you need to disturb those areas, you can actually come to this body and show why you want to disturb that area. However, I really respect the expertise of our planning staff and really appreciate that in the county, they have the ability to look at things on a case-by-case basis. And I've looked over other cases with rezonings with hillside slope on those properties, and that we did not include these restrictions because they're looking at it on a case-by-case basis. And that does not mean that it is unfairly administered. That means that some sites really warrant more restriction when it comes to the hillside protection and the slope analysis. So I fully support staff putting this on some as a condition with rezoning because it's appropriate in some cases, not all cases. And I think that maybe a question that I have for staff is if this were to go through the development plan process and they needed to disturb more of that land, is that something that could maybe be requested as an amendment in the development process? Thoughts on that?
It all depends on the language of the conditions and how specific they are. I say where we have a defined line of no disturbance, I think that makes it more challenging to approve additional grading into an area.
Okay. Maybe other cases we do look at that ability to look at it, more nuanced and specific aspects, but I don't agree with the motion on the floor, and I think it's a really good precedent to look at things on a case-by-case basis, and when warranted, add conditions. That's why we're allowed to add conditions. So,
Commissioner Midas.
I agree. I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Higgins. I also don't understand why we would want, so often we have cases that come before us, plans that are already come before us, and the developer had already incurred the expense of developing these plans, and we are hesitant to make changes at that time because they've already put the expense forth. I think it's probably the best for the developer and for the property owner that they know right now what we intend to decide on this case. I value the hillside protection. 25% is a pretty steep slope, and I think both for the current homeowners that are going to live in this subdivision as well as the existing neighbors that live behind, I think it's extremely appropriate for staff to make that recommendation, and I will support their approval and will not be voting for approval of this without the conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner Mize. Commissioner Biggs.
Yeah, I think I'm maybe thinking along the same lines. It feels like, density and hillside protection are pretty closely linked. And so if we're approving the density, 4 dwelling units an acre, doing that without taking into account the hillside protection that's relevant in this case, it feels like maybe you delay the request for density until you're at a point where you can talk about the hillside too, or you do both at the same time. And I guess maybe question for staff, is that the concern, is that if we don't talk about the hillside right now, then the recommendation might be more conservative and say, well, we actually only would suggest 3 dwelling units an acre because we don't know what the hillside protection is going to be. No, open-ended question, but I don't know if the comments there.
I will say I think the conditions do relate to the intent of the planned residential zone to cluster development in the more advantageous areas of the property. So in that way, these conditions are aligned with the intent of the planned residential zone and how it's intended to be executed. It's not always executed that way.
Vice Chair Huber.
Yeah, and oddly, I don't disagree with a lot of what's being said. I think it's a lot of good discussion. It's just about the implementation of it. Commissioner Briggs, I think the intent of the Hillside and Ridgetop Protection Plan is to do that in conjunction with planned residential zone. It doesn't restrict you from operating in the steeper areas. It encourages you to not do it. It just like Jesse was saying, it encourages you to cluster more on the flatter areas. So I think it's operating properly. My position today, or my concern today, is I think it's being applied at the wrong time. Some people are saying maybe it should be done at zoning. I think it should be done at the development plan. And if you, in addition to the whole plan being advisory, you've taken advisory by our legislative body. If you actually read the plan on page 33, it goes on talking about the hillside under low density and residential uses, density and land disturbance guidelines. This is just a page out of the hillside and ridgetop protection. It goes on to say, until such time as regulations are codified by the appropriate legislative body, which it has been codified in an advisory way by the county. Factors should be considered guidelines to determine the overall recommendation of land disturbance area for development plans and concept plans that are considered for approval by the Metropolitan Planning Commission. So even if you read the actual plan, even though it's advisory, it says that it needs to be addressed at the plan, at the development plans and the concept plans, not at the zoning. That's really where I've been coming from on all this.
Okay, Commissioner Adams.
Agree with Higgins, Midas, Biggs, so I won't repeat everything they've said. But I will say that Commissioner Huber's point about it being advisory, and that keeps coming up. I will say that I feel like this body, while it is advisory, and we are making a recommendation to County Commission, so they have to look at that. It's important for us to make those recommendations that consider this hillside protection so that they see the light of day. Because if they go there and they're not even considering that and not hearing that there is a body that is concerned about these things and is looking at them at this earliest stage, then it is so advisory that it is not advised. So we have the chance to advise that those recommendations stay in there. If this proposal, if the motion on the table or the motion on the floor was keeping these recommendations, I would vote for it. But because those were removed, I won't be supporting it.
Vice Chair Huber, you got another comment?
Yeah, just to clarify too, I know we kind of got off on more of just Hillside and Ridgetop in general, but, just dialing it back into this property, I just feel like, especially the no disturbance buffer, that's the one that, that really, when you come in and you have a landowner, you're effectively condemning, I don't know how big this area is. I mean, it's 35 feet off the periphery boundary all the way down through there. You're saying you can't do anything with your property that you've owned for 100 years. With this property in particular, I think. So I just think it's a bit punitive. And again, I think it will be picked up at a later date. It's just, for this property, I think those two conditions aren't appropriate.
And I just want to say it's not, in my perspective, you're saying condemning and I'm saying preserving. I don't think it's punitive for the people that own the property at this moment. I feel like it is considering the people that will be there long after them.
Well, yeah, and agreed, but they're not here with a conservation easement either. That's their choice. They can donate that land to county park if they want, but that's not what we're here talking about.
Okay. Looks like we're ready for a vote. And we have a motion and a second to approve planned residential up to 4 dwelling units per acre with no conditions. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Yes, let's do a roll call. Why not? Mr. DeArmond, call a roll.
Commissioner Huber?
Yes.
Commissioner Browning?
Yes.
Commissioner Levinson? Commissioner Boyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Barger? Commissioner Overton? Commissioner Anderson? Commissioner Higgins?
No.
Commissioner Biggs?
Yes.
Commissioner Daly? Commissioner Gill? Commissioner Midas? Commissioner Adams? Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
All right, that's 11-3.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right. 32. Item 32. Joanne Van Tilburg is the applicant, south of Freeway Heights Drive, east of Gordon Smith Road, 3.89 acres. Present plan designation and zoning is suburban mixed residential, hillside protection, agricultural. Proposed plan designation and zoning is corridor commercial, hillside protection, and business and manufacturing. Existing land use, rural residential. This will require 2 motions. The staff recommendation related to the plan amendment is deny corridor commercial place type because it does not meet the intent of the corridor commercial place type or the criteria for a plan amendment. The hillside protection area will be retained. Related to the rezoning, motion 2, recommendation, deny the business and manufacturing zone because the location is inconsistent with the intent of the CB district. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir. I'm Robert Campbell, 7523 Taggart. I'm here on behalf of Tyndall's Building, and Johann Van Tilburg is here with me. He's the president of Tyndall's. So quick thing.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Go ahead. I'm
Campbell.
sorry if there's
I forgot to ask if there was any opposition. Do we have any opposition? Excuse for that omission, but go ahead and proceed.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. So I think we had an exhibit that we sent in as far as this property. First of all, I appreciate the comments that the neighbors had as far as access onto Freeway Heights Drive. Those comments are extremely valid. And maybe as you can see from the exhibit that was included for access, there's 2 reasons that will, let me get to that first. There are 2 reasons that will not happen. Number one, the little flag piece that you see there is only 12 feet wide, so it really doesn't make itself usable for that piece of property for access unless we buy something around there. So number one. Number 2, the turning movement to go on there from most vehicles, if we're using a box truck or larger, probably doesn't work very well, just not enough room to make that turn. So our proposal is we combine this property with the rest of the Tyndall's building operation, which is all the red that you see, as well as the yellow that's not zoned there, and their office building is there in the corner. That's the part of their warehousing. Yes, thank you. Part of their warehousing as well as their operations center is all in those two of the quadrants of that intersection. Excuse me. So our proposal is that we are using this for extra warehouse space for the operation. Access will all be internal. There's a good reason for that. Number one, we have a gate control system off of Gordon Smith, which is right in that area. Yes, sir. And so in any kind of operation, you want to make sure that you have single access to keep security in place so that you don't have things going away in the middle of the night. And number two, obviously, as I stated, we cannot have access off of Freeway Heights because that's only 12 feet wide. So we do have to make that internal to the rest of the operation. We believe that this request is appropriate. Tyndall's has been in this location since 1943. They've been in the Halls area since 1876. 1892, yeah. So it's been there a while. If you look in the other quadrant of the intersection, just above you, there's a heat and air business that's up there you go. So, I mean, this node is a commercial node. We're not sure why this didn't get captured. We understand the property where you see the parking lot is not commercial. Again, an oversight over time. I think that was several years ago. So we're just trying to put the operation together and create, again, a warehousing operation, which warehousing is very, very low intensive commercial use compared to what other commercial uses are. The reason we need more warehouse spacing, and I think I put that in the email, lead times are getting much longer on building supplies. The ability to have those components on site or ready, we need more warehousing space to be able, so that when you need to go buy garage doors, or when you need to go buy windows or whatever, you can buy larger and larger quantities. And most of y'all have been around this before. We can't close the house because we don't have doors. We can't close the house because we don't have this. We don't have that. So they're trying to respond to that need and make their warehousing to where they have more space and be able to respond to that. So I'll shut up. It looks like I'm about out of time. So I've babbled enough. I'll answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Commission? Oh, Commissioner Higgins.
I just wanted to ask why CC was requested instead of is it CA? Is what's adjacent?
I think the adjacent CA, if I'm not mistaken.
Why request CC instead of CA?
Yeah, that's industrial, I'm sorry. I think it's got more to do with the CA's got the setbacks for CA may not be and we don't know exactly how big that warehouse space is going to be yet. So we wanted to make sure that we had whatever footprint that we needed. We're going to have to grade that lot. I mean, it's steep going up and then fairly flat on the top. So we're going to have to grade that down. And so we wanted to make sure that we had room to operate in. So, I mean, setbacks are the reason. I mean, it's not.
And why not industrial like the adjacent there? What was the reason for CC instead of industrial?
I think industrial, and again, I don't have the code in front of me. I think industrial allows a lot more onerous uses for it. I mean, I think it allows smelting and different kind of operations. C6 is a lot less, I use the word onerous, I think that's a good word, use of the property. And again, we're using it for warehouse spacing or warehouse operations, not a standard commercial where you have a lot of traffic in and out of that.
Okay. I think that there's got to be an appropriate zone, whether that's and designation, whether that's what's requested or one of the other adjacent ones, just because this being an extension of an existing business, I feel like we've had this conversation already today almost, but I don't know, I'll leave it to someone else if anyone else has thoughts on this.
Commissioner Midas.
Is there, it looks like there's like a strip of property between this property that we're looking at and the residence. Is that right?
No, that's absolutely correct. It actually serves that house back there. If you see in the lower right-hand corner, right there.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's the access for that. So I'm not sure how wide that access, I think it's actually a little wider. I think it's a more standard, like a 25-foot width. Yeah, and they kind of have a shared
buffer.
driveway agreement now for that property that we have, or we are asking for, and the house in the back. But our actual legal physical access is only about 12 feet wide. So if that access, whoever owns that piece of property one day says, hey, we're not going to let you use that driveway anymore, then that's only gets down to 12 feet for the property we're looking at. So that's why we're not going to access, one of the reasons we're not accessing Freeway Heights. It's not enough width to do anything in.
And is there, Jesse, is there like a buffer that will be included on the backside of that for those residences?
If
Landscape
it
buffer?
got
Or we
the
just-
CB zone,
If they were to get it, yeah.
I'd have to look into that. Or maybe
You could
Steve can
request,
find it quicker than me.
you could request, I mean, if you
could
all
just
wanted to
condition it.
move
We have to
forward,
condition
you
a
could
buffer?
condition
Condition
it,
a
you could
buffer.
request a buffer.
Okay.
And Commissioner, if we need to put some landscape buffer in there, but we just don't know where that final grade is going to be. We anticipate that when we do that, we will have a slope on that side, and we will actually be probably just a little bit lower than the property in front of us if we make it all relatively flat. So if we want to put a landscape buffer, that's fine. We understand we don't want to be a bad neighbor, but we do need to, as much as possible, expand in that location. So a landscape buffer is perfectly good, but we think the noise is actually going to go into the bank that will be created after we finish grading it, and it will not be an interference because they'll be higher than we are.
I mean, whatever staff, I don't know how this would all work, but it sounds like something I could support.
The Article 4.10 of the county code, it's in the supplemental regulations. It's 4.1011. It's called landscape screening. It does require landscape screening between businesses and agricultural and residential zoning. So it would require some level of landscaping. It depends on whether it's part of the business or if it's the parking lot or whatever. It kind of changes the landscaping requirement based on the use that's adjacent to the residential and ag.
Commissioner Higgins.
Just a quick question for staff. I know that with the current designation of, let's see, it's suburban mixed residential, which I think has kind of a mixed use intention. Is there a zoning that fits under that would allow them to extend the business use without changing the plan designation? No?
No, suburban mixed residential allows for the T transition zone, CN neighborhood commercial, and then the OB, which is office, medical, and related services. And then also, yeah, that's it.
And the CA zone, just to go back to your question before, it wouldn't permit the kind of warehousing use that's
Okay.
proposed.
I'm really in favor of this. I'm not sure if, I know that in some cases, we have to have a number of reasons to support a plan change. Is this one of those circumstances where we need?
An error in the plan or two additional reasons.
I'm going to see if Commissioner Huber has some thoughts.
I do have some thoughts, but I want to circle back to Jesse real quick, though. So we're requesting CA right now, right? But
So Right now, it's the CC corridor commercial place type,
right?
which
And
would permit
CB.
the CB business and manufacturing.
Okay, so the CB does allow the warehousing, the CA does not. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so CB is really where we're trying to go.
Yeah, that's very, again, when we started the process, we weren't 100% sure what this looked like, so CB is good with warehousing.
Yeah, we have had, interesting conversation earlier today about almost the same thing, except in the city side. But I think it meets the criteria for a plan update. Number one, I would say changes of conditions such as surrounding land uses, zoning, uncontrolled natural forces, disasters, et cetera. We've all seen this shift in how construction's happening after COVID. The supply chain was so bad. Everybody is saying, okay, all the contractors I know are saying, hey, I need to keep things moving. I need you to have your stuff in the warehouse for me when I need it, not 9 months down the road. So I see a lot of people that are reacting to the market and building more warehouse space so they can store things like this to keep the economy moving. So I think that's one of them. I think also the proposed changes support the policies and actions, goals, objections, and criteria of the plan, which is, to consolidate these types of uses together. We've got, one that's been here since the 1800s, I think that's pretty strong, and we'd like to keep them here. So, with that, let's see if I can find it here. I'll make a motion that we approve the CC corridor commercial place type because it does meet the intent of the commercial corridor place type due to the two criteria plan updates that I just mentioned.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the corridor commercial place type by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. And he cited those two reasons for the plan amendment, and we still have more lights on. I'm going to call on Commissioner Biggs.
I was just going to ask if it makes sense to include a condition about accessing the property not via the Freeway Heights Road, since that was a concern of neighbors, and it sounds like it's not the intent of the business.
And that's perfectly good with us. Again, that turn is almost impossible to make. We don't have enough right-of-way width, and we want to make sure we've got a secure area, so that works great with us.
Okay.
Is that okay, yeah, we'll get to that in the zoning, all right. Commissioner Adams.
I have a question about the first condition that Commissioner Huebner suggested, and this is really not about this particular case, but just about in general in terms of what we can use as a change of condition. The first one you noted was the business dynamics changing so that there's a need for more warehousing. Thank you. That's the word I couldn't come up with. Which to me sounds like not the kind of change of condition that I'm used to hearing us talk about. It may be totally fine, but we say that the stadium's been built, or there's something, this new road's been put in, or that sort of thing. So it's really a question about, can we use that kind of, a business dynamic has changed for this specific industry as a reason?
I would say that we could, because we have used some very new other reasons in some of our considerations, such as housing needs. That's very new.
Okay, I get that, but just again, I'm just trying to make sure my head's clear on this. The housing need being one that relates specifically to we're going to build houses. And we are making determinations about how many dwelling units and that sort of thing as a plan amendment might be made. And in this case, it seems a little further out than that.
We're holding more inventory because of the changing business conditions related to COVID, a natural disaster.
Sure, natural disaster. Okay, so.
If you do use that rationale, changes of conditions such as surrounding land uses, zoning, uncontrolled natural forces, disasters, et cetera. That's one of the criteria for a plan amendment.
Okay, do we have any other lights? We have a motion, we got a motion and a second this is on the sector plan, or on the plan amendment, and that is to approve the corridor commercial for the cited reasons by Vice Chair Huber. And we had the second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion on the rezoning.
So I've got a quick question too. Mike, you had mentioned section 4.1011 with respect to the landscape. So, I mean, we got class A, B, and C buffers too, though, right? Is that correct in the county?
Yeah, this actually references those type A, type B, and type C.
Okay, can you run down the difference between the A, B, and C real quick?
Well, the A is the most intense landscape screening, the C is the least intense. So you can think of a type A as almost having like a staggered landscape screen. So the trees are more dense because they're staggered in their horizontal arrangement, so they're closer together and create a more intense screen. Type B is literally also creates a complete screen, but the trees are just in one line, so it's just not as wide of a screening area needed. In type C, the trees are just more dispersed, so it's only a partial screen.
Okay. So as far as the applicant, I mean, I'm just going to throw out splitting the difference. Would you be comfortable with a Class B buffer over by the residential side?
Yeah, I think Class B also has not just a single, but it has a double, but they're alternate spacing between where the trees are so that you do create a solid line, but they're offset, one here, and it's kind of in that pattern. So yes, sir, I think we're good with that that item.
And you're okay with no access to freeway heights
Yes,
as
yeah,
well?
yeah.
Okay.
Practically, we don't have it anyway, so that's fine.
Right. Okay. Well, given that, I will make a motion to approve CB Business and Manufacturing Zone because it is consistent with the district, the intent of the district, but also would like to add a landscape buffer, Class B landscape buffer, against any agricultural or residential properties in the area, and also restrict access to freeway heights.
Second.
I will say that in some instances, the zoning code will require type A, and that will be what's required when the type A is required regardless.
Okay, so if type A is, if we find it is
So we don't need
required.
it as a condition, do we? Mr. Elliott, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I think it'd make it cleaner for our staff to make it a type A landscaping screen because the zoning ordinance is going to require type A in certain areas and type B in some areas. So I think it'd be cleaner for us if we're going to require one just to make it a type A.
Well,
So do we even need that as a condition if it's in the?
It's a condition of the zoning ordinance, so it's not required with this.
Well, so I will amend my motion to approve CB Business Manufacturing Zone because it is consistent and with only one condition, that the business does not access Freeway Heights Road.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the CB Business and Manufacturing Zone by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Higgins, with one condition being no access to freeway heights or restricted access to freeway heights. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all for your time.
Agenda item 35, applicant Stephen Schoolfield and Greg D. Location, north side of Ginn Farm Drive, east of Maloney Road, 1.77 acres. Present zoning's agricultural. Zoning requested, low-density residential, existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land. Staff recommendation is to approve the low-density residential zone because it's consistent with surrounding development and in compliance with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan. Is the applicant present?
Yep, I'm here.
You'd state your name and address, please.
Greg D., 5725 Ball Road.
Do we have opposition? Any opposition? Seeing no opposition, please proceed.
Just looking to rezone so we can make a plan on subdividing and building some houses.
All right.
So there's been a few comments on the public comments about people complaining about the road being narrow, it being hilltop protection, a few different things. We're gonna meet with the engineer and talk about the road. I don't think there's any hilltop protection on it. I don't even know if I need to address that if they didn't show up, but.
Okay. Commission?
Motion to approve per staff's recommendation.
We've got a motion to approve per staff recommendation by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Barger. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 36, applicant Larry Kuntz, location is east side of York Road, north of Innisbrook Way, 1.1 acres, 1.01 acres. Present zoning is exclusive residential and agricultural. Zoning requested, planned residential. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, and vacant land. Density proposed, 2 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommendation is to deny the planned residential zone with up to 2 dwelling units per acre because there are no substantial changing conditions in the area that warrants the rezoning. Is the applicant present? If you'll please state your name and address.
I'm Larry Kuntz.
Do we have opposition?
I'm not sure.
Any opposition? We do have opposition. Would you like to proceed or would you like to defer to the opposition?
I can proceed.
Okay.
What we're wanting to do is it's a 1.1 acre lot. We're wanting to put 1 duplex on it. I know it says it's PR for 2 duplexes, but we only want to put 1. I mean, so it's a low impact. I mean, I could put a 3,000 or 4,000 square foot house on it, but I could put 1 duplex, it'd be the same impact on the land, you know. So that's where we are.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And would the opposition like to speak? If you'll state your name and address.
Yes, sir. My name is Matthew Peters, 4333 York Road. I'm on that picture there. I'm 25, I believe, across the street. So this is my very first planning commission meeting, so bear with me. But we're not opposed at all to somebody building, us being the neighbors and the residents, and they've spoken pretty openly on the comment section on your all's website, but we're not opposed to somebody building something on their property. You know, absolutely. I mean, I'm a real estate agent myself, so like I'm good with all the development, okay? We do feel like one can open the door to many, and we don't want our single family, residential area to turn into multifamily development. So we would just ask that you, concur with the planning staff, and we appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Commission? Commissioner Higgins.
My thoughts on this are that, it's a big parcel. It could probably be subdivided into 2 single family, but I don't think that that's necessary. I think that, I know that duplexes are considered low density and not necessarily a high intensity use. So I think that it would be appropriate in this neighborhood to allow the 2 dwelling units per acre. It's a 1 acre site, so we're looking at 2 dwelling units. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve the 2 dwelling units an acre.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the planned residential zone with up to 2 dwelling units per acre by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Barger. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 37, Graham Corporation, location northwest side of Hardin Valley Road, northwest of Valley Vista Road, terminus, 1.02 acres. Present plan designation and zoning is rural agricultural, business and technology park and technology overlay. Proposed plan designation and zoning is corridor commercial, general business, technology overlay. Existing land use, single family residential. This will require two motions. First motion related to the plan amendment, approve the corridor commercial place type because it is consistent with changing conditions and policies in the comprehensive plan. Motion 2, staff recommendation related to the rezoning, approve the general business zone because it is consistent with surrounding development and the intent of the zone. The technology overlay will be retained. Is the applicant present?
Tim Graham, Graham Corporation, 2300 Callahan Road.
Do we have opposition? Any opposition? Seeing no, we do have opposition. Would you like to proceed or defer, Mr. Graham?
I'll proceed.
Okay.
So this site is, as you can see, just west of Pelosi Parkway, about 1,000 feet, 1,200 feet from the entrance ramp, surrounded by commercial. McDonald's, you name them, Wendy's, they're getting a Chick-fil-A. It's a development, commercials all around it. And the traffic count in this area is Pellissippi's 46,000, 27,000 on the east side of Hardin Valley. It's really become more of a regional commercial area. They're even getting a Chick-fil-A, I think I said, and a Starbucks. Staff has recommended CA. The Monday, the Tennessee Tech overlay has approved it for CA zoning. And we plan on building probably a one or two tenant building. We'd love to have a sit-down restaurant, so if you have any suggestions, we'll welcome those. But we just ask that you approve what staff has recommended, and what the TTCDA has recommended, and I'll answer any questions you might have.
All right. And we have Mr. McCormick signed up as opposition. Take your time.
So it's not really opposition. It's more of a clarification. Jeff McCormick, 118 Mill Cove Lane, 37931. I'm speaking on behalf of Hardin Valley Planning Advocates, and the request that we have is just a change in zoning to CN versus CA. And the purpose of that is to conform with the surrounding Century Farm that this was carved out of, and the agricultural kind of integrity of Hardin Valley as a whole. We actually look forward to this development. It's an exciting time for Hardin Valley and this Hardin Valley Road corridor. So look forward to the restaurant. This is gonna be great. We just want to try and maintain some standards as we grow. So we don't want to inhibit the growth. I think that's important to make perfectly clear. But we have a great opportunity here now to set a precedent moving forward. It seems logical to me that a lot of this will become commercial. And I just would ask that we take advantage of the opportunity proactively to put some standards in place. The CN designation, it allows for a little bit smaller signage from an aesthetic standpoint, and it does require a little bit more of landscaping opportunity. Other than that, it should not inhibit what Graham Corporation is trying to achieve. Now, in terms of specific to this lot, the owners of this property asserted that this is a special Century Farm, and they submitted that request to the state of Tennessee. The state of Tennessee came back and agreed with them, and they granted that designation, making this a very special farm. And this 1.1 acre lot was carved out of that. So to conform with that standard is the real reason we're kind of asking for this slight change. But yeah, we're not in opposition.
Oh, excuse me. If you're
Thank you, Mr. McCormick.
So the CN is a designation for a neighborhood. This is not anywhere near any residential subdivision neighborhood. In fact, just to the, call it the northeast, is LCUB's electrical transformer station. So I think our development will look a lot better than that. So number one. Number two, CN has more limitations. All the properties across, that surround the property are either, can you put the zoning map back up? As you can see, all the purple is planned commercial, and then slide down. And you can see the CA zone to the north and across the street, and then even down, CA exists all the way down to the Food City, at the Food City. So CA is the appropriate zone. I read the word, I didn't even know what CN was until Monday, and it has the word limited 6 times in its definition, and then restaurants are not even a use by right in the CN zone. But the real thing is this is not next to a subdivision. It's surrounded by commercial, so it's not really appropriate. As it relates to the Century Farm, that's a resolution of recognition that they were farmers for 100 years. I don't think anybody in here thinks that this, and of course it really addresses the larger tract around this small 1 acre tract for its recognition. And I don't think anybody in here thinks that that property is going to remain a farm, for a long time. It's surrounded by commercial property. And then the last thing is we still have to go back through, it's got a TO overlay, is that what it's called? And this is my first rodeo with that, but there is obviously five pages to that TO overlay that defines what you have to do, including, if you'll bear with me a second, including the TTCDA checklist that requires grading, drainage, landscaping, et cetera. So we have, it's almost, to me, it looks like a use on review anyway. So we will have to do that once we receive our zoning, do our engineering, et cetera. So I think that will address signage, it'll address landscaping, and again, I ask that you approve what staff has recommended, what the TO overlay approved on Monday with the CA zoning.
Thank you. Commission? Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. I really appreciate the suggestion for CN, but I do agree with the applicant that even though CN does allow for additional protections when it comes to adjacent neighborhoods, there are not adjacent neighborhoods, and this is really in the more heavily commercial portion of this area. So with that, I go ahead and put out the motion to approve per staff's recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the plan amendment per staff recommendation by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. Let's see, do we have some lights or no? Yeah, Commissioner Adams.
Yeah, I know we're all getting tired. I think that's indicative when that happened, like everyone's lights went off. There were a lot of lights that wanted to talk. So I just want to ask about, because of the CN suggestion, is there any other option? I heard the applicant say, it's limited, and he was focusing on the definition of neighborhood commercial being there to help engender more walking and that sort of thing. And I recognize this isn't that space, but I also recognize what a CN, if it was there, because I think about it's smaller commercial development, it's a restaurant, even though that's by use on review, but a restaurant, something that's just a little smaller scale as opposed to like a big box or a big parking lot sort of thing. Is there any zone that kind of helps define that? And there may not be, but I just want to ask.
Ms. Hillman, would you like to comment?
He's correct that in the CN zone, a restaurant would be a special use. I think CA is the next step up. And with the technology overlay, it does have extensive landscaping criteria, design guidelines. So there is that quality assurance that comes with that TO that will remain on the property.
I guess that's just a little Post-it note for the work ahead with the UDO in terms of maybe a gap that exists.
All right, seeing no other lights, we all know what we're voting on here. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion on the rezoning.
To approve per staff's recommendation.
We have a motion by Commissioner Higgins to approve the general business zone per staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you on your way out. Motion carries. Agenda item 38. Applicants Taylor Forrester, location east side of Beaver Ridge Road, south side of West Emory Road. Size of tract 3.36 acres. Present zoning is agricultural and floodway. Zoning requested, rural commercial, floodway, existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land. Staff recommendation is to approve the rural commercial zone because it is in compliance with Knox County Comprehensive Plan. Floodway zone will be retained. Is the applicant present?
Present.
All right. Do we have any opposition? Councilor Forrester, take it away.
Is there opposition?
I didn't see any.
Taylor Forster, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919. I'm getting tired as well. Here on behalf of the property owner, requests a rezoning from agricultural to rural commercial for this parcel. Under the new comprehensive land use plan, this property is identified as rural crossroads commercial. Rural commercial zoning is a directly related rezoning under that comprehensive land use plan designation. Rural commercial is intended near intersections such as this property and its location at West Emory Road and Beaver Ridge Road, West Emory being a major arterial and Beaver Ridge being a major collector. Several rezonings in the area to support the request, expanded development of the residential sector with planned residential zoning being 3 to 5 dwelling units an acre. We ask that you adopt and recommend approving staff recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you. Commission? Commissioner Higgins.
If I may, I saw some of the comments and concerns online, but I think, with the flood zone, this is a very restricted site already. It's on intersection of some major roadways and very close to higher density ish residential and commercial nodes. So with that, I agree with staff's recommendation, and I'll make a motion to approve per staff's recommendation.
We have a motion by Commissioner Higgins to approve the rural commercial zone per staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. Commissioner Adams.
I just wanted to say that this was a new, I guess, application of this new place type for me. And so in just trying to get comfy with it and how does this work, I understood that this is a place type that when I look at the map, like there's no commercial anywhere around it at all. And I was getting kind of tripped up by that. But the way that this particular place type is supposed to work is it's not supposed to have commercial all around it. It is just a zone where you can have that activity, but it's not something that we as planning commissioners look to and go, oh, well, there's that. And so we'll just keep spreading commercial out further. And that really helped me get more comfortable with this. I just wanted to share in case any other commissioners had any of that kind of questioning as they were thinking about it.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve rural commercial zone per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 43, Hawks Ridge subdivision. Applicant developer is Fred E. Trainer Jr. Location south and west sides of Sam Lee Road, south of the intersection with Deering Way. 10.41 acres. Zoning is planned residential up to 4.5 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use is rural residential. Proposed use, detached residential subdivision. Number of lots, 28. There will be one variance to reduce the minimum double frontage lot from 150 feet to 135 feet along the frontage of Sam Lee Road and the area reserved for future road extension. Let's see here. And looks like we have some alternative design standards, 3 of those noted here. No. Variance. Yes, I spoke to the variance.
The alternative design standards that are listed are approvable by engineering. They don't require planning
Okay.
commission approval.
All right, thank you. Staff recommendation requires 2 motions, 3 motions. Okay, 3 motions. Related to the variance, approve the requested variance to reduce the minimum double frontage lot depth from 150 to 135 along the frontage, and that's feet, along the frontage of Sam Lee Road and the area reserved for future road extension. A, Knox County proposes to realign Sam Lee Road to the south side of the property, resulting in the reclassification of the existing Sam Lee Road to a local road on the north and east sides of the property. B, the right-of-way for realigning Sam Lee Road is being dedicated from the subject lot, establishing double frontage lots along the southern boundary that would otherwise not be applicable. And C, granting of the variation will not be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare because the realignment of Sam Lee Road through the southern portion of the subject property will result in a safer roadway for the community. And then motion 2, staff recommendation, approve the concept plan subject to those noted 10 conditions. Is the applicant present? Oh, one more. Motion 3, related to the development plan. Approve the development plan for up to 28 detached residential lots and reduction of the 35-foot peripheral setback to 25 feet along the north, east, and south boundaries and to 20 feet on the western boundary of lots 8 to 10, subject to the 2 noted conditions. Is the applicant present? Mr. Trainer present? Anybody present? All right. Any opposition? Opposition, no opposition. Commission, let's talk about it.
Anybody signed up on 43? No? No. We should. 43. No. Okay. Yeah, you have to make a motion. Nobody signed up. You all can act on it. You can.
So yeah, that's right. We can, if we choose, we can act on it. If not, we can postpone. You want to discuss it? See if there are any issues?
The reason why we're hearing it is because of the variance.
So Director Brooks has indicated that the reason we're hearing it.
Well, I mean, you're hearing it, but there's a variance that needs to be dealt with.
You want to share that with the group?
No, I guess, just to clarify, you all can act on an application even if the applicant is not here. I just want to clarify, or you can postpone. That's within your purview.
Okay, Commissioner Biggs.
I was gonna, motion for approval, per staff's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion to approve related to the variance by Commissioner Biggs, seconded by Vice Chair Huber. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion on the concept plan.
Motion to approve the concept plan per staff's recommendation.
We have a motion by Commissioner Biggs to approve the concept plan subject to 10 conditions, seconded by Vice Chair Huber. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion related to the development plan.
Motion to approve the development plan per staff's recommendation.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Biggs to approve the development plan for up to 28 detached unit, or per staff recommendation, seconded by Vice Chair Huber. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I know.
44.
Agenda item 44. Applicant is Doug Justice, Jelly Bean Properties LLC, location north side of Crenshaw Road, east side of Maryville Pike, south side of West Governor John Sevier Highway, 4.33 acres. Zoning is planned residential, up to 8 dwelling units per acre, existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land. Proposed use, multi-dwelling development. Staff recommendation is to approve the development plan for up to 32 multi-dwelling units as depicted on the site plan, subject to the 11 noted conditions. Is the applicant present? Do we have opposition? All right. Okay. Welcome, and if you'll please state your name and address.
My name is Steve Kaufman. I live at 6729 Audinger Drive, just around the corner from this proposal here. To go back, if I had the chance when this was first proposed over a year ago, I would have opposed it then. I moved from Emory Road, up where they did a bunch of development, to move out to a more residential single-family, stay in single-family, which is what my residential street and that area was when I moved there. I also understand that Governor John Sevier is going to be, at some point in time, widened to 4 lanes. And the biggest impact, not only is I'd like to keep that area, and other folks in that area would also like to keep the area just single family, which is what that area is. There's no development or dwelling units close to that area. Your closest one is the one that was just built across from Sevier Heights Baptist Church. The other issue is, after they got the approval to rezone it last year, they started land clearing before they were even permitted to. I was able to get in touch with my county commissioner, Carson Daly, and he went down there and immediately had that stopped. They were going above and beyond what they should have been doing and not obeying the rules. Some of the other issues being brought up underneath your comments down here is for some changes to Crenshaw Road. That road is a very narrow road. There are some hills and blind spots on that road. Folks coming northbound on Maryville Pike to Crenshaw Road will turn on that road at 50 miles an hour, coming over into the oncoming lane. If you widen it to 20 feet or realign it a little bit, that might help that little area. But what's not considered is the flooding issue that's right at that area as well. You go further on down the road, closer to where it turns on to Audinger Road intersects Crenshaw. There is another crest and hill that if you guys, or the commission, were to go forward with this multifamily development, folks are not going to turn out to go, if they're wanting to go east on Governor John Sevier, they're going to go east on Crenshaw to get to Governor John Sevier. They're not going to go west, go around behind Weigel's or underneath the underpass over to Dollar General to try and cross that road. So that's going to put all that traffic coming out and wanting to go in towards Knoxville the back way instead of having to hit Governor John Sevier, or I'm sorry, Alco Highway or anything else on that road. But there's no plan to address the issues further down Crenshaw. If you were to make a right-hand turn onto Crenshaw from Governor John Sevier, it's almost impossible unless you have a small compact vehicle. I would ask that you all do at least a traffic study and how that that traffic is going to impact my family and all the other families on that dead-end road, where it is a single-family dwelling. It also doesn't note that there's not a school bus stop, and there are children that do get off the school bus at the top of Crenshaw at Ottinger. You're not going to be able to do that in the evening when the estimated traffic study or impact is 343 additional trips. The vast majority of those trips are going to occur between certain hours in the morning, trying to get to and from work or school, and to or from home in the evenings. There's going to be a much bigger traffic problem. And currently that road is being used as a cut through for folks who don't want to deal with trying to get across Governor John Sevier the way it is right now. I would also ask the like to see if they would, if this development goes forward, if they cannot have the access on Governor John Sevier when they widen it. You can easily put in a stoplight or whatever right there at that intersection, and it will alleviate the issues to the single-family home dwellings on Crenshaw and on my road.
Thank you for your comments. All right. What's that? Okay. All right.
Yes, I am Steve Boyce, and I live on Ottinger Lane, also 6825 Ottinger 37920.
Mr. Boyce,
I reiterate.
I'm going to be generous here and give you a minute. Will a minute satisfy?
That'd be great,
Okay,
yes.
all right.
Truly, just to reiterate what he has already said, we have a very narrow road. That is not where we need them to come from the complex. It needs to either be into John Sevier Highway or Old Maryville. But you saw on the video how small that road is. Even if it's 20 feet, it's not enough. It is an area of single homes, and to put this 32 unit is an awful lot in our area. We don't want to say no to progress, but at the same time, we are certainly single home dwellings and have been. I've lived there for 47 years, and it's a wonderful neighborhood, and I don't want that to change, although progress is great. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Commission? Vice Chair Huber.
So I'd like to throw this over to Director Snowden. I see on the, there's multiple conditions, looks like 11 conditions, but a good bit of those are directly about the road frontage and improvements that are going to be required to that road. Can you speak to those a little bit?
Sure, Vice Chair Huber. Yeah, our original, when this went through County Commission, the thought and the consideration was to require these folks to adjoin John Sevier Highway only. I think that was the thought, but to avoid some of these folks' concerns as far as bypass traffic on what is, Crenshaw Road, which is relatively narrow. And then we're trying to, Steve was trying to see, TDOT may have had a concern with that. So I think the fallback position was to realign the intersection of Crenshaw and widen it along their frontage. But I do think a better position would be to align it with the interchange there at what is Old Maryville Pike, just from an engineering perspective.
So if it's engineering's recommendation to align it with Maryville Pike, and that's not what the development plan is showing right now, then how do we address that?
Ms. Hillman, would you like to speak to that?
This is
Oh,
in my case.
I'm sorry.
I think it'd be, I think it'd be challenging to just condition the access to only Maryville Pike at this point, not without, getting back with TDOT again and discussing that access point on Maryville Pike. And if the concern is if there is a concern with the current proposal for accessing Crenshaw and really wanting to see the Maryville Pike access, I think it'd be better to postpone for 30 days, allow that conversation to have with TDOT again about accessing Maryville Pike. And then if it's not going to work, then bringing that back and discussing the Crenshaw access again.
That sounds like a reasonable thing to do to help address the opposition and help get the development plan lined up with how engineering feels like it's really going to work best. So I'll make a motion to postpone this case for, do we feel like 30 days is an appropriate amount of time?
I think so. You think?
We can always push it when we get there again.
Okay, I'll make a motion to postpone for 30 days.
Second.
We've got a motion to postpone for 30 days by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. Vice Chair Huber.
Just a quick clarification too, Director Snowden. So, we've got John Sevier Highway, which is clearly going to be a TDOT controlled access, but is the other one TDOT as well?
It is at State Route 33's Maryville Pike. So, and I apologize. It sounds like we maybe didn't communicate really well with TDOT on this, so my apologies. But I do think we appreciate the 30 days. I think we need to confer with TDOT and see, because I do think it would be better to have their access onto John Sevier if the state concurred with that.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, fact is, on Crenshaw, we are made to do John Sevier. There is a third lane in the middle, and that's what they will have to do if they come out on Crenshaw. They'll still have to get onto John Sevier into the third suicide lane.
Okay.
Or whatever we call
All right.
it.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion to postpone for 30 days. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's see. Item 46, applicant Strawberry Plains Pike Pickleball LLC, location northwest side of Strawberry Plains Pike, northeast of Wooddale Church Road, southwest of South Wooddale Church Road. 6.42 acres. Zoning is agriculture, existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land, proposed use, indoor pickleball facility, landscape plan revision. Staff recommendation is to deny the request to revise the landscaping plan because it is inconsistent with adopted plans and policies. Is the applicant present?
Yes. Aaron Norton, 2375 Leonard Road, Supply, North Carolina. I'm here on behalf of the general contractor.
Okay, thank you.
I'm the project manager. I'm representing Wayne Hodge with the Strawberry Plains Pickleball.
Okay, and do we have opposition? Any opposition? Seeing no opposition, please proceed.
I believe it's worth noting that at the time of approval, the site was not cleared yet. We hadn't stripped topsoil. We hadn't breached anything on grading. At that time, once we started removing it, we found that the entire surface of our final grade of that bank is pretty much shale. Not really what we were hoping for in terms of planting 52 trees along the bank. I do not at all contest what you guys are saying, that it's not what you guys are looking for the community. There are vegetation buffers on the opposite side of the property, and driving along Strawberry Plains Pike, you can see that is pretty consistent. I will make note that if you continue on the pike, you'll see that there are fences at developments separating parcels. I know that's not ideal. That's what we're requesting as a option in lieu of completely clearing out the buffer. Don't want to read through the entire report. I wanted to highlight some of the notes that were made. Site lighting and sound. We have an approved site lighting plan using wall packs and pole lights that shoot LEDs down. That was already approved. The candelas and everything was fine on the lighting. It's also worth noting that our finished floor elevation of the building is 14 foot below the adjacent property line, in which it increases, and the house that would be affected by the lack of a buffer is even higher than that. In terms of sound, we're using an insulated metal panel building. I've built pickleball facilities before. I play pickleball. You get about 15 foot outside the building, you're not going to hear a thing. More than likely, the only thing that would be of noise concern is vehicles entering and exiting the property, which it's on Strawberry Plains Pike. There's going to be vehicle noise anyway. Landscaping and maintenance, I have scared off landscapers by looking at this. They don't want to mess with the slopes. I know that UT Knoxville has sent somebody out to address and observe it for themselves, and they said that it is fine. I believe that whenever you list the conditions one at a time, it is completely doable, but whenever you stack 5 things that are not going to be too good to grow trees on, including the shale, they're concerned about root growth, they're concerned about water getting to it because water is going to hit below the topsoil and continue to run off. At the time of passing this, we were not included or required to have irrigation, nor do we really have it in the budget at this point. The biggest thing is we're concerned with the outlook of survivability. We're not trying to keep 5 to 10 trees alive. We're trying to keep the deviation between the revised plan and the accepted plan was 40 trees. That's a pretty substantial amount for a pickleball business. They're not in landscaping. They're not doing anything outside. They just want to run their pickleball business. Long term, the concern would be that trees die. They either have to replant it or they become out of compliance with the original plan. I did include a letter from the neighbor of 7737 Strawberry Plains Pike. It's worth noting that she sold the property to my client, Wayne Hodge, to start their business. She's an older lady. Her name is Glenda Jones. We approached her with the idea of getting an easement to plant the trees across her property line so that we eliminate one of those factors where things aren't ideal. We can get on flat land and not have to worry about it as bad. She didn't even know about the buffer. She didn't want a buffer. She wrote a letter stating that she doesn't want it. She likes to sit on her porch and watch the cars kind of drive around, and then she wants to kind of peek over and see what's going on. She's a very friendly lady, to put that short. I know that you guys have standards to maintain within the county. I'm asking for at least relief. We proposed a fence as an alternate. I know that's not a vegetation buffer. It's not ideal. Right now, it's proposed at 6 foot. We can get it to 8 foot if we need to. That's what the trees that are brought in are spec'd at. Just want to see what we can do to make this a little bit easier. We don't want to have an eyesore down the road.
Thank you. Commission? Commissioner Adams.
So I was really compelled by what staff said at agenda review about the arborist coming out and looking at everything and really saying this is completely doable. And I appreciate the applicant referencing Glenda was her name. I say that I'm not just, but I have to think beyond Glenda because there will be other people there at some point. And if we don't deal with the buffer at this juncture with the business, then, you know, while she may be fine with it, that we do have these guidelines for a reason. So I'm concerned about walking away from these because it's gotten difficult. So, I support staff's denial of this and will make a motion to go along with denying this based upon their recommendation.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams to deny the request or to support the staff recommendation to deny the request to revise the landscaping plan because it is inconsistent with the adopted plans and policies. And that was seconded by Commissioner Midas. Let's see here, it's getting late. And we have Vice Chair Huber to weigh in.
Just a question. With respect to, let's say they go out there and plan all this and we force them to plan it, and maybe it's an engineering question, and it doesn't support it, and they die. What do we do then? I mean, if it's not going to work, how do you force it to work? It's just a question, I guess.
Well, we would give them a zoning violation. They'd have to replant the buffer, but that doesn't ensure survival either. But that's happened in the past where we've had to go out and give violations and they have to replant.
Is there no way to have a way out after the fact?
Come back before this body.
I guess, I mean, that could be an option, you know, if they plan everything and it doesn't survive, then they come back and, you know, with empirical evidence that says it didn't work.
Ms. Hillman?
I just wanted to add, there is the use on review revision process, which is this, so that's an opportunity.
Okay, Commissioner Overton?
I've got the ABC down, but like, can we pick a different tree or something? Can we meet in the middle? Because like, I echo Commissioner Adams' concerns. I don't think we should just give them nothing. I don't think a fence is necessarily the best option, because who likes fences? But I kind of have, I don't know if sympathy is the right word, but whatever. You know, to like, hey, we're going to plant 40 trees that we don't feel are appropriate. Somebody smarter than me on this, is there an alternate tree? Is there an alternate path for compromise where we can, you know, have everybody be happy?
Ms. Hillman?
So, you know, we are not landscape professionals, obviously, but I will say that this arborist who did the site visit with me wrote in his email that the species chosen for the slope in these plans are great choices.
Can you say that again? Or what basis?
Sorry, he said that the specific species that were chosen for these slopes are good choices in the context of a slope.
Vice Chair Huber?
Ms. Hillman, too, I mean, is this a Class A, B, or C buffer?
It was not a required buffer. It was part of a conversation with the applicant in the original use on review to include this landscaped area. So it was a conscious inclusion, but it wasn't a condition at the time of the use on review.
Is it possible to change it to, say, a Class C buffer to extend it out, or?
What was there, let's see, I guess I'm going to ask about second or third opinions. So we had the arborist come out and said, fine, this works, right? And so did you all get second or third opinions?
I've consulted 4 different landscapers. We've got a variety of ideas. The issue is it can be done. There's just, you stack problems. So you stack the fact that it's a 50% grade. 50% grade is the top end of what they recommended, and you can read that in the conversation with the UT Knoxville arborist. In comparison, that's a 6-on-12 roof. It's sloped about like that, and it's covered in shale. As far as getting a soil scientist out, that was included with the arborist. I believe they acknowledged they took core samples. Outside of professional opinions from people who do it for a living, who told us you need to try not to do that, we've tried to get around it, or not around it, we try to get away from it with another solution, which is why a privacy fence that sits on top of buffer, or sits on top of the property line to act as a buffer, I believe would be an appropriate response. And we have some flat land for road frontage where we can plant as an alternative, I think we had 12 trees as the alternative landscape with nothing on the buffer, but to put that up at the front to add some roadside appeal to it, and then let an 8-foot fence or a 6-foot fence was on the plans operate as the partition between the neighboring property. Also, I will make note, I don't think it's really something you guys could consider. The arborist recommended a native warm season grass to cover the entire bank as an alternative planting, but I don't believe that would have reached the height that you guys would want. But it was in the report, and I figured I'd mention it.
Ms. Hillman?
I just want to confirm that was included in the report. The original plan calls for fescue grass, which is your classic turf grass that does require mowing, and the native warm season grasses recommended by this landscape professional do help to stabilize slopes and have various, other benefits, wildlife benefits, and you don't have to mow it.
As an alternative to?
It does provide slope stabilization.
We have mat and seeded that property for slope stabilization. That was part of the original plan. We can plant on top of it. I don't want to add vegetation that's not going to come to a solution. I really wouldn't think that you guys would want that to be a solution, but I really would ask that you guys consider the fence as an option versus planting 40 trees that we have. We've been recommended against by the people who do it for a living.
So what about the combination of the grasses and the fence? Is that
That, we're absolutely open to it. We're
because
open to
that
adding trees
softens
for
the
road
fence?
frontage.
Yeah, or Commissioner Biggs?
I was just gonna ask, is the grading been completed for the site already? There's not like a chance to revise grading plans to lessen the slope?
The nature of the site wouldn't even allow it. That's a tight site. To give you guys an idea, the neighbor, Linda Jones' property's up here. We're 14 foot down here, and that is a 26-degree slope down. We've got our entire width of our parking taking up, and then we're sloping down to the next property. There is no option for revising grades. We're actually bringing in asphalt next week. This has been a multiple-month process of trying to get a solution for it, and this is the best we can do to avoid throwing away a significant amount of money.
Understood.
Commissioner Henderson?
I'll try to keep this brief, but it would seem like in this scenario where the neighbor sold the current developer the parcel, and that she doesn't necessarily care about the aesthetics of the buffer, that a fence and something to stabilize the slope would be appropriate. And I understand what you mean about looking to the future, but it seems like the person who might, be slighted by this is the person that sold it, doesn't care, and if it affects her property value negatively to some extent, it seems like that's part of the deal. So I would make a motion to approve doing the fence and some sort of grass to stabilize the slope.
Oh, did we already have a motion? I didn't remember that.
I've got a motion on the floor, but I just,
Okay.
I'm not opposed to finding some third way sort of
Yeah.
thing. But as I'm thinking towards the future, and you're saying, thinking about the person who sold the property, if I remember, she likes seeing stuff. And so if we put up a fence, she doesn't get to see stuff. And if we put up trees, she'll see stuff for a while. So I'm not completely heartless with her. But if there is some other option, we've got an arborist who's an expert who says it's going to work. You're going to have to take care of them, but it's going to work. And then you have landscape folks who are saying it's not. So we've got two different groups of professionals who aren't agreeing, and that's what's making this difficult.
Yeah, but this wasn't initially a requirement. Is that correct? It was only because they agreed to do it under the special use, but it wasn't in the code that this use would require.
It was required because it was part of the site plan. It wasn't a condition applied to the use under review, but the approval included this very intentional landscaping that was created in conversation with the applicant in the creation of the report.
Commissioner Daly.
I think my question is, the lady that we're talking about, I think her name was Glenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Is she the only, from what I can tell on the map, she's the only one that can see
Correct.
this
So
property?
what I've mentioned and combining the two is to put some road frontage and then fence behind it where the slope becomes where we're concerned about it, to not just completely throw away. It would be 52 trees. We're asking to get rid of 40 of them. She's the only person that would be able to see it. If you're coming around, it's in the bend of a road. If you're coming around it, if we go with the 12 trees and a fence behind it, which is not represented, we can make that happen in 2 business days. People driving would be able to see it. She would have a fence lining her property line. This whole idea, and the reason why she got involved, is we were going to seek an easement to put the trees onto her property because we're stacking multiple risk factors for the trees to even have a chance of going. Just because it can work doesn't mean we should do it. It's going to be a thorn in the side for the entire time, and then we're looking at zoning violations down the road. And it's been a kind of a thing that my client and I have said is they just want to play pickleball. They're not there for landscaping. They want to run their business and they want to focus on that. And we're getting hung up and worried about 40 trees.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Biggs.
I was just going to voice my opinion that I think the proposed plan seems like a genuine effort to kind of meet in the middle of honoring the initial proposed commitment of planting some trees, but also matching the desires of the neighbor. And I do think there are some extenuating circumstances here that make it challenging to execute on the initial plan, so I think it's a reasonable proposal.
Which one?
Sorry, the applicant's proposed revision to their initial development plan.
If you wish to offer a friendly amendment to my motion, I'm all ears.
Your motion was to deny their.
That's correct.
Okay, I guess
But that was in the absence of any other good idea.
Okay,
so-
my amendment would be to approve, or I guess to deny staff's recommendation and approve the applicant's proposed amendment.
The revised landscaping plan.
Yes.
What if we added the grass?
There were-
We got a grass motion.
Let's throw some grass in there, yeah, that works.
And there were a couple options presented, so that should be clarified. There was the fence option, which was not a desired alternative. The alternative landscaping was the 12 trees.
I was willing to offer planting 12 trees along with the fence to offer some roadside aesthetic as well.
Can you throw in some grass?
Oh, it's got mat and seed on it. It's growing grass right now. Vinyl grading and topsoil has been spread. We're trying to get this project done.
Is that the friendly amendment? What is it, fence and 12 trees and?
Were you speaking of the
Grass.
fescue? Or were you speaking of the arborist recommended?
I was referring to the arborist recommended, but, yeah, the 12 trees and the fence were the majority of what I was going for.
Commissioner Adams, what say you?
I will take the friendly amendment and change.
Okay, so that friendly amendment being, and what is the height of the fence?
As it's drawn, it's 6 foot. The trees were spec'd at 8. We can go to an 8 foot. I don't think 2 foot's gonna make a difference. The fence would also be riding the property line.
And 12 trees, is that what we're talking about?
I think so.
Okay.
I'll consult my site engineer and get revisions made for that exact, and I can submit a
Commissioner
suggestion.
Midas, you want to weigh in on this? People get awfully accommodating when it gets late.
I was gonna make mention. Thank you guys for being patient with this.
Okay, all right, so we have a motion on the floor to approve the revised landscaping plan, which includes 12 trees and a 6-foot fence. Commissioner Biggs, are you good? Okay, everybody good? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You never. All right, agenda item 47, applicant Aaron Frank, location southeast side of Burton Drive, northeast of Central Avenue Pike, 1.12 acres. Zoning is low-density residential, existing land use, single-family residential, proposed use, 2 duplexes. Staff recommendation is to approve the request for 2 duplexes because it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance, subject to the 3 noted conditions. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
All right, do we have any opposition? We do have opposition. All right, would you like to?
I will go
proceed?
first, so.
Okay.
I am David Harbin. I'm the engineer for this project here, representing Mr. Aaron Frank, and I also have Robbie Rhodes here. It's also part of the ownership here on this project. Our request here is to build duplexes on 2 lots in an RA zone off of Overton Drive. This is Overton Drive, there's a CA section pretty close in the southwest section there. There's a CA section next to Beaver Creek Drive right there. And I think there's even a duplex in that area right there. Overton Drive has an eclectic mix of houses. It's got some smaller houses, some older houses, some bigger houses, and it's got some houses with plenty of sheds and other outbuildings through there too. So it's just a big mix of stuff that's going on right there. Also in this here, we're asking that the duplexes, they're going to be built, they're pretty far off the road, so I'm not even sure how visible they will be from the road right there. You see what we're proposing to build. It's got a pretty good facade on it right there. It's got brick and it's got some stone on it is what we're proposing to build right there. So I won't take much of your time. We're asking that you approve what's in with the staff recommendation right there. This meets the comprehensive plan. It gives us the ability to build attached housing in the RA zone. And we just ask that you do what staff has recommended. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harbin. Do we have Mr. McClure? Mr. McClure, okay. Anybody else signed up to speak?
This is all the neighbors.
Okay.
I'm Robert McClure, live at 120 Burton Drive, Powell, Tennessee, 37849. We've got quite a few concerns with this development of property. The first off, the concern is the safety of the student body that we have. We have 21 children on the road, and we have 21 houses on the road. And the concern is it's the road averages from 12 to 14 and a half foot wide, and the traffic flow can't handle any more of the actual road, because the road's just not wide enough. Right now, a regular Honda Accord and a pickup truck meet, you're getting half of your vehicle in somebody else's yard. As of right now, it's only like I said, right there at the property, it's roughly 14 and a half foot wide. And in the proposal plan, it says it's 15 foot wide, and there's only place it's 15 foot wide to be even close to it is down at the very end by the red light. But our biggest concern is the safety of students, because we have school bus stop at the very end of the road. We have elementary, middle, and high school students. They stop 3 different times a day, or three different buses in the morning, 3 different buses in the afternoon, and we have multiple times because elementary is different than the middle and high. So we have different times as well. The other thing is it's going to bring more water to the other properties, and we already have a little bit of a water problem there as well. So that's another concern. And we have every dwelling down through there is a single family dwelling, and it's every property down through there is roughly an acre or bigger than that, and it's just one single family. With that being said, it's just with the neighborhood of average of 16 years is what people have lived in the neighborhood, and we really didn't want rental in there because we don't know what kind of people we're going to end up with. Where we're going to end up with thieves, or if we're going to end up with whatever. And I know you can never predict that, but that's just part of what you got to look at. And where they're actually sitting at, is right facing right behind 2 people's houses, 3 people's houses right now, the way they want to set them in there. And it's no privacy to them folks there on both sides of that property, and the front side of the property as well. The front side, there's a house sitting there where they want to set one of them. And the other thing that we have a problem with is they're going to have a dumpster, bigger vehicles. They have no turnaround to turn a vehicle around there. They don't have enough turning radius to get actually into the driveway with the access area that they have. Are they going to put a retention pond is another thing, because of all the runoff off the vehicles, the actual property itself. And that's a big concern as well. We have, there's no 2-story properties on this road as well. So, and they're wanting to put 2-story properties. The only multi-units are at the very first of the road when you first turn in, and they were built closer to the 40s, and it was an old chicken coop, and it was connected to commercial property at that time, and then they remodeled them and made them into, in the 90s, made them into apartments right when you turn on the road, and they're right on the left. So they're not actually up into the road itself. It's not, as soon as you turn on our road, it's right directly on the left. You turn right into the apartments. And we're trying to keep everything, utilize and keep everything to everybody there knows everybody. We don't, like I said, 16 years is the average. People that live down through there. We have some retired people that live down through there that like to ride their golf carts up and down through there. The kids like to ride their bicycles. It's a very small road, dead ends into the 75, and we have a very good tight niche of community there. So I'd like to see that y'all look at our plan as well.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Adams.
I've got a question. These are mostly about these developments too. For staff or for Mr. Harbin.
Yes.
Is a dumpster required? Is that part of
The
what must?
dumpster is not required for this small of a thing. There'll just be individual garbage cans for
Okay,
each of the sites.
great,
The
great.
dumpster's not required there.
Because I heard that in the opposition's comments, and those can be really problematic. So that's great. The second question is about the parking, and we're looking at an image in our file. It's the colored photo one. That I just wanted to ask about the parking again. Is it a requirement? This is an aesthetic thing for the parking to look so commercial as opposed to residential. Does that make sense?
It will, well, we need 2 parking spaces
Yeah.
per duplex, so we'll need 4 spaces per each building, so there will be, there's not a garage, so there will be outside parking. It'll look similar to that. What do you mean by commercial?
I'm sorry, it's a vague sort of thing, but I think I'm responding to the hash marks and how it looks like the kind of
Oh, yeah.
parking that you would encounter if you were going to a little strip
No, we're
commercial.
not, no, we're not doing that in there. That's not contemplated. We'll just have the 4 parking spaces out front.
Okay, that may address it. Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Overton.
Question for the applicant. How much do you think you're going to rent these units for each?
I'll let Mr. Rhodes talk about that.
My name's Jack R. Rhodes Jr. I live at 8012 Shady Lane in Powell. Been a resident of Powell for 52 years. We're looking at about $1,850 a month.
Yeah. I bring that up because I think, and I understand why, so I'm not dogging you guys, but I think that there's a misconception that everybody that rents is, a lot of people use the word transient, or they're criminals or thieves. And a lot of times, like, they're just people that can't afford to buy a home. And if someone can afford to rent something for $1,850, they're probably got a job. They're probably a pretty good upstanding citizen. They're probably going to have to pass a credit check, no? To get a lease agreement?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
These are all going to be brick homes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all brick. There's no vinyl on the back or nothing. We don't want the maintenance down the road.
Yeah.
Don't want people knocking holes in the siding. We're trying to do something, offer it. I mean, around the corner on Emory Road, they've got a complex of 200 apartments. And they're none of them cheaper than this.
Right.
They're all $200 or $300 for sitting on top of each other. I mean, just trying to offer something a little nicer for some people.
Yeah.
They can't afford a home.
Right. And some people don't. Some people are, they take a temporary job. They get, transferred to Knoxville for 18 months or so. And so I want to push back on the idea that everybody that rents is a criminal or like kind of a bad citizen. I would also push back on the idea that this is going to cause a lot of traffic problems. We're talking about 4 units. So I would bring a motion to approve the development plan per se.
There's a red light right down at the end of it where it hits Central Avenue. It's not
We have
right.
So we have a motion and by Commissioner Overton, seconded by Vice Chair Huber, to approve the request for 2 duplexes because it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance, subject to the 3 noted conditions. We have Commissioner Midas would like to speak.
Yeah, I was just going to, I just appreciate Commissioner Overton's comments. And, it really sounds like you have a wonderful street and a great place to live. And I hope that you're welcoming to the new communities and new families that move there, and your kids as well, because it's going to provide a nice environment for other families. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion to approve per staff recommendation. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? We have one no. Is that right? One no. Do we have any other business?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Number 48 is off consent.
I was going to push it to next meeting.
That's right.
All right, motion carries. All right, on to agenda item 48. Recommendation, planning recommends approval of the proposed amendments to the Knox County Zoning Code, Article 4, Section 4.108, creating standards for drive-through facilities. Article 5, Sections 5.31.02 through 5.31.03 pertaining to the general business zone, and 5.32.02 through 5.32.03 pertaining to the business and manufacturing zone, to allow consideration of drive-through facilities within these zones, and Section 5.37.03 pertaining to the rural commercial zone, Section 5.38.03 pertaining to the CN neighborhood commercial zone, and 5.91.03 pertaining to the town center zone, adding references to the drive-through standards. Okay, where do we go from here?
I'm really sorry you had to read all
Okay,
that.
Commissioner Adams.
But I just had a couple of questions and two things that I wanted to potentially change. I brought up one of them at agenda review. It's on page 6 on the PDF. If you can see that, on the redlined version, it had stricken the sentence, "The Planning Commission may impose conditions modifying the permitted hours of operation." And I would like to keep that in the approved ordinance, so that would not be stricken. So that's my request number 1. Did that make sense? Okay. The second item is a question for engineering, I think, because I wasn't clear why we were changing language, and I think you can tell me why. It's on, let's see, page 5 of the PDF, 4.108.1.8.7 minimum requirements about the lighting. And in the document, it almost sounded like it was a double negative, so I was trying to understand what it was saying. It reads in the redlined version, "Exterior lighting of all types and vehicular headlights on site shall be directed away from any public rights-of-way unless determined by the Engineering and Public Works Department to not pose a safety concern." And I was confused because I thought this would be saying engineering would say, take those lights and turn them away from the public right-of-way. But if we think that there is a safety problem, we're going to tell you that you don't do that. But the way I read this, it was a double negative.
And I agree with you, it reads terribly, but
Okay.
our intent is so that if a car is sitting in the drive-through and the headlights are shining into an intersection, we would not allow that. So we're not blinding the oncoming traffic or someone sitting at a signal not being able to see because of the headlights. So that is our intent. I think maybe if we strike the word "not" there, it would clean that up, or I'm open to suggestions.
I was thinking if you just took out the word that unless determined by the Engineering and Public Works Department to pose a safety concern, and I've got, let's see, exterior lighting of all types and vehicular headlights on site shall be directed away from any public rights-of-way unless determined by the Engineering and Public Works Department to pose a safety concern. So if you just took out the word "not," does that change your intent at all?
No, I think we're okay with that.
Okay. Is everyone tracking? I know it's pretty granular.
It's trying to say that we're going to point the headlights away from the right-of-way, unless the engineering department determines that if they pointed towards the right-of-way, it would be okay, right?
Yes.
Correct.
But if you take the word not out of there, I think it changes that.
Yeah, I think it's saying the same thing. I think a better way to say it would be something along the lines of like, unless engineering and public works determines that such, like I don't know, this isn't exactly what we should say, but unless, you want to say the engineering and public works department, unless they determine that the direction of the headlights would not pose a safety concern. Like, that's what we're trying to get at here.
Right.
Because the safety concern is the direction of the headlights. And so the second clause needs to say that the engineering department can take out that requirement if it doesn't pose a safety concern. And I don't know how to draft that at 6:30, but that's the idea.
Yeah.
Could we say unless otherwise directed by engineering and public works to support public safety? And that kind of gives them free rein to.
Did anyone catch that? That was good.
Maybe.
I just want to know how you avoid headlights from a public right-of-way in a drive-through. You typically drive around three sides of a building, and you're eventually going to hit headlights with a public right-of-way.
I don't think it's the drive. I think we're more concerned about if you're sitting in the drive-through line shining into there. So I think that's what we're looking at and aiming to
But you
prevent.
typically sit facing the right-of-way. When you think of all the drive-throughs I think of, when you pick up your food, you're facing the right-of-way typically, are you not?
I thought-
No.
Chick-fil-A at Hamburg, you know, when you come around the corner and then
Yeah,
you gotta
but-
take another left to take the right at the stop sign.
I think there are lots of permutations.
Yeah.
That's true.
And I think Michelle, didn't we put in there where they can't, the drive-through window is parallel with the street? I can't remember the language, how we have that in there.
I would have to check the ordinance if you would give me a second.
I really appreciate you sticking this through and, like,
Yeah.
Making
Commissioner
this
Biggs, will you restate your motion?
I think I said unless otherwise directed by the engineering and public works department to support public safety.
that gives them the flexibility. Yeah.
Active voice.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I need to say anything else in terms of making a motion to address this or my edits? Yes?
I think so. I'm,
You're going to make a motion, we accept her edits?
which language are we accepting? We've got two people here.
Thank you.
I'm with you.
Yeah, read it.
Okay. The first one, the proposed amendment was page 6 of the PDF, which is striking the planning commission may impose conditions modifying the permitted hours of operation. That was the first one.
Yes.
And then the second one is.
In other words, that language will no longer be stricken. That's
Correct.
Right, we want to
Yes.
keep the original
Stricken
language.
Yes. I should- The exterior lighting of all types and vehicular headlights on site shall be directed away from any public rights-of-way unless otherwise directed by EPW, Engineering and Public Works, to support public safety.
Everybody good with that? Okay, so we have a motion for that by Commissioner Adams,
Yes.
right? And who seconded it?
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson is offered to second it. Any other comments? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Any other business? We're adjourned. Yeah, we're adjourned. Save,